Congressional Research Service report on hypersonic weapons explains that the speed and parabolic trajectory of a ballistic missile make it possible for ground-based radar to track its approach during the earlier phases of its flight. But hypersonic...
Now, what does that mean? It means it's easy or easier to shoot one of those suckers down because it has a perceived path. And we've been able to track that since the 1950s. Right? So in the 1950s, we said, one day we'll be able to shoot down these things, and so will the other guys. So we have to figure out something else. So they, in the 1950s, made a hypersonic vehicle, right? And they perfected it and did it and cost $18 zillion, but they had one, but then they didn't use it. But now...
weapons are far more difficult to track because they can quickly travel from one radar field of regard or aperture to another, making it nearly impossible to establish any kind of a continuous track. The Army and Navy...
meaning it wouldn't give the data to a computer that could say, this warhead is going to be right here at this moment, and we can hit it then, right? But when it's going, really fast this way, like he said, going from one radar skip to the next, and you can't track it, and you can move it around. It's not on a ballistic path.
Navy have conducted a groundbreaking test of the common hypersonic glide body, which will arm the Navy's conventional...
And that was the one that was made in the 1950s, right? And now the one they're making now is basically the same thing, but it's going to cost.
Prompt strike weapon, and the Army's emerging long-range hypersonic weapon. The test, known as the Flight Campaign, was conducted by Sandia National Laboratories
back in the 50s. And these two shapes were developed back in the 50s.
Part of the Navy's accelerated effort to fast-track a new generation of
that's the
hypersonic
B-52.
weapons to operational status.
Something that was designed in the 1940s. But we spent over $70 trillion on the United States. $70 trillion between 2006 and 2014. $70 trillion. I mean, we could have health care. We could send everyone to private school. We could do a lot of things, Now we have this scary pandemic, and you hear the government going on about, the new Epsilon obsolete or whatever tasting new variant it is. And back in 2020, I knew a friend who was at, I'd rather not say, but he was a virologist, and he was in a hospital. I mean, he was a research scientist, and yet he was also kind of a not historian, but he worked at a hospital, right? But because he's a virologist and a scientist, he had the experience of being there in Boston when the original things started in Boston, right? And so he was, and he was focused on 19, and because he's a scientist and he's a virologist, so he was at it. He knew the protocols. He was taking care of business and helping people. And he saw this one character come back and come back and come back. Meaning now, if he got COVID and got better, you should have antibodies. But he then came back months later, and then he came back. And by the fourth time he came back, he said, wait a minute. But do we have this guy's blood from the other times? And they compared them, right? And he was like a petri dish. Each time he was there, he had in himself about 20 different variants. And so, yes, he would get better. The most virulent one that made him sick because, again, I am not a doctor. I am not a virologist. I am your sensei, Bob, and don't believe a word I say. But basically, he a virus, as my virologist friends tell me, they're not sure what it is because it's not alive, and it makes your immune system freak out, right? And the thing that makes you sick and kind of kills you is your body's reaction to that virus, not the virus itself per se, but your body's like, oh my God, I got to get this thing. And it can't because it's not alive. It's not a bacteria. It's not a germ. It's a component part, an RNA and a chemical essence. And so it's like, and that's why you can't cure the common cold because it is a coronavirus. And so the flu, same thing, and the other form of flu that starts with an E, whatever that is. Anyway, so it was pretty obvious early on in the 20s that this thing was just one gigantic petri dish and making up a zillion variants and just throwing them out there, amongst, because when this guy noticed this, he called his other friends around the country and in other countries, in England and France and Italy, and said, hey, do you have this experience? And they looked and said, yes, we do. And then they saw that about 8% of the people who ended up in an ICU kept coming back. And when they looked at their blood, they saw the same thing, that these people were like human petri dishes of all these variants. And they don't just come from Africa, from like the dark land. No, it comes from everywhere. That's why this stuff spreads so, because it's already here. All those different variants have been just percolating out of the 8% of the people who end up in the ICU. And then they get better and they go out and they're still percolating this stuff. And that's why you have breakthroughs, right? And so basically, if you want to really deal with any virus or any disease, what you need is a healthy, vibrant medical system. And we spend more money, the United States spends more money on healthcare, and we're like, lower than Istanbul. Cuba is around number 8, and we're 48. And don't believe a word I say. Go check it out. Now you can't believe anything I say. The numbers I use, this is a stream of consciousness, gang. I'm just like hula hooping through the experience, right? And I'm giving you kind of little stories, and I can barely speak. I'm just a smart gorilla. I'm like Ishmael. Have you ever read that book, Ishmael? I'm not talking about, Moby Dick. I'm talking about the book Ishmael. Oh, come on. What happened? Come on back. No, that's not that. Anyway, so, that's where we're at. And it's pretty obvious that it's just someone having fun. So here's our buddy Jimmy.
Dark spots, bags, and wrinkles.
Bags and wrinkles. Oops. Yep.
Anomaly of relatively few cases on the African continent with less vaccinations. DC. Dap the e-vegan. Careful with Dr. Campbell with the pro-vax BS. Dap the e-vegan. And Jimmy, are you behind me? Yeah. You're in my shot if you care. Do you want to get in the camera and say hi? All right. I gotta get back. So we'll get back and we'll do that later. Sound good? All right. Love of Kemet. Jimmy, never heard of a storm in a teacup with a load of malarkey. We need to cross the Atlantic and teach you yank some things. Wow, thank you. Time to start understanding holistic health. CF Mate. Hannah, sir, thank you. When I used to get a cold, my doctors would always recommend drink hot fluids and get plenty of rest, but it has to take its course. Thank you, Freddie the Fish. And I think we're there. Debs Mo, thank you. All right.
So I wanted to start out the beginning of that show, but my little phone won't let me do that. Come on. No. Anyway, so don't believe anything anyone says, And basically I got the inoculation because I wasn't going to have any babies, and I'm in my 70s, and I've already died 6 times. I kind of know what it's like, right? And I know I'm not going anywhere for another 3. I have 9 deaths. I was told I would die 9 times, and I've died 6. And I was also told that, later in my life, meaning a year, 5 or 6 years from now, I will have another twin flame in my life, and I will have children. I mean, biological children with them, right? And it will be, something on a miraculous base, because my little Stan is like, so he's like, I can't get it up, and it's more than ED, and so I mean, this is what you would in Australia they would call this Richard cranium, right? So what did I even want to talk about? So my good friend David, who is basically it's doing live. That's why I'm not getting this. So David, here's Dave.
Meet your next pillow.
Meet your next
Why do we make our pillow in the shape of a cube?
A cube.
I'll tell you.
And why? Why? Because you got a square head. That's why.
I'm not doing this for me. I have retired when I was 49.
This is Dave.
I've got more money than God. I will never live long enough to spend it all. And I don't need to be doing this.
See,
I'm
this guy's
65 years
anti-gravity.
old. I should go fishing with my wife, who's a hell of a fisher. So anyway, instead I'm pulling a Colonel Sanders. Colonel Sanders was 70 years old when he started KFC. So now it looks like I'm going to do the same thing, except it's in space. If I do this, which I'm pretty sure I'm going to, it is for you, all of you, every country on the planet. I'll crawl out my semi-retirement and go to work. But man, if I run this program, it's going to be a program like you have never seen. You think you've seen the space program? You've seen nothing but squat. Wait till you get a load of what I'm going to do. A friend of mine asked me, well, what are you going to do the first hour of the first day? Well, I'm going to have the president of my host country call the current residing CEO of Rockwell International, and I'm going to tell them I would like to place an order for 6 new orbiters. Don't they think that's going to get their attention? It's really not that much money. It's only $36 billion. I'm getting an orbiter for $6 billion apiece. Damn, that's some kind of solar special. So I will order the new fleet, and these are not like the shuttles you saw of NASA. On every orbiter, there are 30,200 thermal tiles, and no two are alike, and we glue them onto the shuttle. No, my new shuttles will have a thermal blanket. The thermal blankets were perfected over the 2 hump where the shuttle engines are. Remember the 2 round humps by the big tall fin, and there's a hump on each side? Well, look at the surface of it. That's a thermal blanket. I'll put that over the entire shuttle. No more thermal tile problems, which caused Challenger and Columbia to burn up. And neither one of them should have happened. It wasn't a technical failure. It was a management failure. That's another thing. You have never seen any leadership in any type of space program on this planet. And you've seen very little leadership in any of the damn countries with the governments. in my world, it's going to be a different world, y'all. I'm going to look like Dr. No from James Bond down there with my own island. So I'm not, back to that guy. I don't need no stinking badges. I'll just go on and build the stuff. If I got that kind of funding, I'll just go straight on into anything. While the 6 orbiters are being built, I will have an island down there that I will be converting into a launch port. And then I'll start construction of the wagon wheel space station. Not that miserable erector set you got up there called the ISS. I mean, there's certain parts of the ISS you could take your hand and crush it. It's just aluminum foil. What a mess. Wait till you get a load of my space wheel. Yeah, go ahead and try to squeeze that thing. So there's multiple programs of thorium reactors will be underway because one of the very first things that my new orbiters will take out is a whole load of thorium reactors. No one's ever launched a reactor into orbit. They're afraid, it might blow up and kill everybody. I can send a thorium reactor up and the fuel cells will be separate from the device. Even if everything blew up, all you got is enriched salt coming back to the ground. Duh. So it's not a risk. But when I get them up in orbit and assemble them together, I got a full-blown nuclear reactor. Do you know what that means in operational capacities? That'd be like going from batteries and a light to plugging it into the wall. You'd have so much power to work with up there.
So that's Dave. Dave
Adair.
Adair. Adair.
That's the way my brain works.
And he is, I don't know, 10 years younger than I am. But that guy was, when he was 11, and I think he either lived in Texas or Oklahoma or some place out there. Hey, JC. Yep. And the thorium reactor, like we invented the thorium reactor. The only reason we have fission and fusion reactions is to make nuclear weapons because of the Price-Anderson Act. Cold War, we needed a lot of atomic bombs. And by having, electricity made by fission and fusion, we made, radiological isotopes, plutonium and uranium U-235 and a few others for nuclear weapons. Thorium doesn't make anything radioactive, but it heats up to the point where it can make steam. And also it heats up enough that it can use a heat sink to make electricity. You don't even need a turbine, solid state electricity, And then you hook it up to a fuel cell, which we've had forever. We used them in Apollo, the command module, had the service module that had all the stuff in it and making electricity and communications at all. And it was a fuel cell. That's why Apollo 13 kind of allegedly blew up. I think it blew up because someone shot something at it just to, make everyone, because, when Neil Armstrong jumped off, those guys did go to the moon, right? Now there were, our famous movie friend who did 2001 did make things up on the soundstage to be used when they didn't want the people back home seeing what was going on up there, right? So there was a mix and match, but those boys went up there. And they didn't go up there just to collect rocks. They went up there to get archaeological representation of a culture that was up there. And why they didn't stay there and why we didn't come back, we had, the Apollo program had paid for another 10 missions. But at Apollo 17, we stopped. Why? I don't know. They never gave an answer. The answer was there were already people up there who, like when Neil landed, the reason why he was skidding all over the place and, he almost crashed is because there were people up there hassling his descent. And when they landed, they were like circled around him with the guns pointed down at him. That's why I didn't stay too long, But they were allowed to go another X number of missions, and they did what they looked at the things they wanted to look at, and we never, next 60 years later, we've never been back. Why is that? And you talk to people about it, and they said, well, we couldn't do that again because we don't have the technology to build a Saturn V. What? And the LEM, Lunar Excursion Module, that landed, when they put the TV camera up there and shot the LEM taking off. Now, when a chemical rocket engine fires, it fires and fire comes out the blast, and like the pictures of of any missile taking off from the pad with a chemical engine, you see all the smoke and fire at below, but the rocket's not going nowhere, for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 seconds, and then all of a sudden it starts really slow and it goes up. And it doesn't really start to pick up speed till it's about a quarter mile off the ground. And then it picks up speed, because it's getting lighter and lighter. First off, it's burning all that fuel. Second, or it's going up into thinner atmosphere. And the inertia of, 500,000 pounds coming out the bottom of the thing gets something going pretty fast. But the LEM, when you saw that picture, when I was 11 or 12 or 15 or whatever I was when the first 68, 9, I was 18, 19. I guess I was older. So I remember and the picture of them taking off was in the 70s. And I remember watching this. And my dad's in the Air Force. He knows a lot of, he doesn't fly airplanes, but he was a colonel and, he was an administrator, right? And so he knew a lot of people and a lot of stuff. And the thing took off like a light switch. Bang! And why did it do that? Because it had gravomagnetic propulsion. Because to land that LEM on there, they did not have enough fuel in that Saturn V to bring enough fuel for it to land and then take off. So it had to be, and they had that technology. Germans had that technology in the 1942, right? And Tesla had it in the 1890s, right? And other people had it that you never heard of in the 1600s, and there was a group of people who were in the United States that had it, in between 1790 and 1870, right? And they came from Germany, and a lot of people came to America to do things, so the rest of the world wouldn't notice because there wasn't too many people here. It's just like why we go do things really strange in Australia. When I lived in Australia for 3 years, right? And I traveled to do an ethnography on an Aboriginal tribe called the Wallamajiri. And they, in the 1960s, they discover, gold and, other valuable metals out in the Nukunba. And they were the only people out there. And the corporate folk went out there with their mercenaries, and they gathered up the 100 or 300 Aboriginal people who were in that neck of the woods and just shot them all in the head and left them out there to just, their bones get bleached. And there were a handful left. People who were out like picking berries and who didn't get rounded up were there. So I was sent to do an ethnography on them and show that the Australian government was taking care of them and that their sacred sites were being protected, blah, 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 right? So I went out there, and I went to Australia just to visit a friend. I had no idea I was going to spend more than a few months there. I spent 3 years there. And I did all kinds of very interesting things, and my wife at the time, Donna Ann, she really liked it because, she was treated like a queen, and one of her best buddies was Punch Hawks. Go Google Punch Hawks, one of the interesting artists of the 60s, 70s, and 80s over there in Australia. And I was working for the avant-garde theater of of Australia, which was like the NEA of Australia. And they got a factory building in Melbourne, and I kind of turned it into a performance space. Lots of black boxes, lots of theaters, lots of, um, you know, um, art gallery spaces and studio spaces, and it was a place to make art. And in that period of time, the 70s, the 60s, 70s, and 80s were, especially the 70s, were a time when governments were trying to, look like they were doing something. Because, as David just said, there is no leadership in our government. We have the best legislators money can buy. So anyway, when I was in Australia, the government didn't give us a vehicle or even any real money. They gave us a bus pass. And we went from Sydney to Melbourne to Adelaide to Perth to Brisbane to where the Walla Missile Range is, and then to where a place called Pine Gap is. And Pine Gap is an American facility, and so is the Walla Missile Range. But that's more English American, Anglo American, as they say. And both those places, they do things that, they don't want anybody to know about, right? And there are a number of other little facilities out in that neck of the woods between Brisbane and Broome that are owned by corporations. Because if something's owned by a government, you can, use a thing, a FOIA, a Freedom of Information request, and get some kind of information about what they're doing. You may get a piece of paper that every line is blacked out, but at least it shows that they're doing something. And you may not know what it is, but it's like, they're doing something. But when a corporation owns something, you don't hear shit, And a good experience of that was when I was, here we're coming up to it. Here it is. Wait for it. It's 2027. 27 minutes and 27 seconds. Just the right time for me to tell you this story. So, I went to prep school, and I went to a prep school that first I went to a seminary and to be trained to be a rocket scientist for the Pope, for the Vatican, because the Vatican owns most of science. Back in the days of Galileo, instead of burning him at the cross, they kind of made a deal with science. Okay, science, we'll allow you to be, and you can say whatever you want, but we're going to own you. So you go to the Vatican Library. It makes the library in Trinity look like, the Dollar Tree, right? And so the Vatican Library is way, and security, it has security like, the NSA, again, the Vatican security makes the NSA security look like the Dollar Tree, or maybe Dollar General, because Dollar Tree is better than Dollar General. Anyway, so I went to first the seminary, and I kind of rebelled because I was this little peanut guy who had, real idealistic ideas of what Jesus was, right? And because I was schooled within like from 6 years old to about 11. I was schooled by a crew of Maryknoll scholars, men and women, and they had it wasn't a church, and it wasn't a seminary. It was their own little rectory, or I don't even know what Hambu, it's like a place of truth. Hambu is when you're studying to be a Shinto priest. Hambu is like the school, but it's a school of like truth. It's like the home of truth. And the Maryknolls were the closest within the construct of the, Holy Roman Empire. These were the best, the guys closest trying to be, to be their best, like Jesus, right? And so intellectually, they were off the charts, and humanitarianly, they were off the charts. Like, I don't know if any of you remember this, but back during the days of Jimmy Carter, when we were just stirring the pot once again in Central and South America, we were fermenting wars that would show up during the Reagan period, the Iran-Contra event. And so there were super nationalist right-wing death squads, and then other flavors of death squads on the side, drug dealers, blah, blah, blah. And they were having a little civil war, and there was a crew of Marinols, nuns, who were doctors and nurses, and they were there trying to bring health to the poor and education and feeding them. And then when the death squad started shooting and the poor innocent folks were caught in the middle, this is where I learned doctor do no harm. These nuns and the Marinols never wore, the priests never wore the collars, and the girls never wore the penguin suit. They wore, they went in, they wore street clothes, right? And they looked more like Mormons than anything else. But anyway, they were sweet and nice and loads of fun and really smart and really loving. So these girls, what they did was they went and put on their penguin suits, and they went out in the middle of these firefights and would dress these guys down because all those guys are Catholic, and they all had nuns doing this to them when they were little. So here these girls are out there speaking in Spanish, telling them stop killing the poor, and they did. And so good old, what's his name? Henry Kissinger and the other Nazi, Brzezinski, whatever his name is, Mr. Trilateral Commission, basically sent in their mercenaries, corporate mercenaries, in there to assassinate the nuns. And they weren't, that word wasn't supposed to get out, but two nuns were off, not with the girls, because these guys, they didn't get the nuns in the middle of a firefight. They went into their house and raped and killed them and burned the house to the ground. So it was like, who did it? Oh, it could have been those drug dealers. And but the two girls who escaped because they were delivering a baby came back with documented evidence that it was, this, and who those guys were. I'm leading the story back to, so there before I went to real good grammar school in Long Island, I was being taught by these folks. And that's why I learned how to read Greek and Latin and understand the history of Mesopotamia and understand who the Anunnaki was, and to realize, I read the Bible in Greek. And if you read the Greek Orthodox Bible, it's the word of Jesus, not the word of King James. And anyway, so I, had a pretty good education. And then, third grade to eighth grade, I was a dude. I had a crew, and half my crew were my sisters, not just my brothers. And we were living like H.G. Wells. We all read H.G. Wells. Man, you guys need to go read H.G. Wells, because his mother was, in England, in their, they have a class system in England, and there's the rich people and the poor people. And this is the upstairs and this is the downstairs. And that's why the TV show, the upstairs, downstairs thing, right? Downstairs servants, upstairs the rich, earls and dukes and etc. And so H.G. Wells came from a family that was super lower class, but his family worked for the upper class. So there was kind of a bleed back, a drip down. So he had like access to libraries. The rich people had these gigantic libraries. None of their kids read the books. H.G. was like reading them like this, right? And so, but his mother wanted him to be like just a merchant selling curtains, and she apprenticed him to that, and he just couldn't stand it. So he told his mother, listen, I'm going to kill myself if you keep forcing me to do, because she like farmed him out at 8 to, be a merchant of, blinds. And, so he was like, no. And so he's reading all these books. He's writing all this. He wrote his first novel at 10. And anyway, so, she goes to work for this really rich family that has super duper big library. He reads the whole fucking thing in 2 years, and then gets to go to a school, like what they call public schools in England, are really the private schools for the poor people. So poor people have no schools; they get apprenticed. They're serfs, right? So he gets to go to one of these schools, and everything in those schools is competition, right? And so they have these tests, and whoever gets at the top keeps going up. So here's a poor guy who's like reading every book, and he's taking these tests, and he's number one. He got it. They say, so did you take this level? What level did you get? And he was like the number. So he just went on, and so by the time he was 15, he got a full scholarship to go to a very prestigious university, and he graduated that at 17. And he became a professor, but a teacher there, not quite a professor, right? And because again, that's all politics and class and etc. But he had the access, he had a job, he had to have 2 other jobs, and he was a horny little cuss. And he read all these books, so he didn't believe in the class system and none of that. He didn't believe in communism or socialism or anything. He believed in brotherly love. He didn't believe in religion because he knew that was a scam. But Jesus, Muhammad, Moses, Vishnu, Buddha, he was like down with those guys, but not so much religion. So he. When he was 10, he wrote his first novel. It was Daisy, Boy Daisy or Daisy Boy, but it was an interesting book. It was written well. It's 10. I mean, probably better than what I'm writing now. And it didn't get it published, but there were he made a number of copies, and they survived. And you can go look if you go to H.G. Wells and look at his whole life, there are a number of really good YouTube videos on him. Anyway. So he does that, and he's teaching, and he's got this other job, and he marries his first cousin, who they were kind of like, but he was a horny dog, and she was not really into sex, right? So he starts fooling around, and she's very puritanical. So he meets another woman who is like his twin flame intellectually, and so they, are coming from the, freedom for everyone, women's rights, and she was his backbone, right? And so they were in love, and they, lived together while he was still married. And then, that girl wanted a divorce, so she did, and he marries this girl, but she wasn't into sex either. And they had 2 kids, and she had hard labors, and she just didn't want that. But if he wants to fool around, not a problem. As long as he is honest, tells her what's going on, not a problem. So this guy, you need to read not just the time. So his first big book, Time Machine, he got £100 for that, which like in those days was like 10 grand. But it was like the most popular book, so it made his name. So they said, well, you got another one? And he did Island of Dr. Moreau. He did, War of the Worlds. He did Man on the Moon, and he did a number. Now, he was actually, when he went to the university, he got letters in being a scientist, right? And that's what he was teaching. So all his books were based on science, where Jules Verne's was, a fairy tale, basically, right? Not really based. I mean, Jules had some insight on things, but he wasn't an engineer. He wasn't a scientist like H.G. So H.G.'s books were like, even the intelligentsia would read these things and go, wow, this is based on science, not just make-believe. And so they were popular in many different people who like that kind of escapism, people who like the interesting pushing, because Time Machine was a very interesting book, because he didn't just go 2 or 3 years into the future. He went like 500,000 years. And then he went another like billion years, right? To the end of the solar system. He the last place he visited was Earth. And the sun had turned into a red dwarf. And, so he really gave a very interesting image of what what's going on. And he wrote that in the 1890s, and he foretold First World War, Second World War, the atomic bomb, aircraft, submarines, um, pretty much everything, and in a scientific way, right? Jules Verne, he had submarines, but they weren't really, they were a different thing. So anyway, that's where I came from. That was me. Actually, take a look at Jules Verne and a picture of me at about the same time. He died at 79. And anyway, his story is quite interesting, and he wrote a book. Let's ask Google. Come on. List H.G. Wells books.
The Time Machine, The War of the Worlds, The Invisible Man.
No, more. What's the other books? That's what I hate about this. It just gives me 3. He wrote like 40, right? And he wrote a book. Doesn't even tell the names of these stupid books. He wrote a book called Black People Invented Everything. Jesus. Try one more time. List all of H.G. Wells' books.
The Time Machine, The War of the Worlds, The Invisible Man.
Let's see. The works of H.G. Wells. Let's see what that is. But it's one, it's like the history of the world. Okay. I'm going to go to Wikipedia. Wikipedia, list all of H.G. Wells' books.
The Time Machine, The War of the Worlds, The Invisible Man.
Wikipedia. H.G. Wells books.
The Time Machine, The War of the Worlds, The Invisible Man.
It's sad. So this is, this is where this device that was supposed to give us all the information, it'll only give me 3 books because those are the ones they want you to buy and read. But he also wrote of a book of things to come. And that's and they made it into a movie the year before World War I. And he explained everything about World War I and then into the future. Eddie M. Ed, good to see you. And so anyway, so those people who survived the death squads. And this death squad came from, so my life is like a great tapestry, but there are all these threads, and they come from different places and different times. So to show you the big tapestry, I got to give you all these threads. So it's sometimes disconcerting. So I had this education, and then at third grade, I went to a public school that was probably one of the best public schools in the world because it was an experimental school, and we were the lab rats. And they taught us biology in sixth grade. Their whole idea was you don't spend 12 years just to teach Dick and Jane and 1 + 1 = 2. They really opened our minds, right? And it was made up of many different school systems on that portion of Long Island that had been very rural and farm, and now it was becoming suburban and rich. So I went to that school, and I had a crew in third grade, and there were 12 of us, and we were the kids that didn't go to the other public schools. That for some reason we just moved there, or just was there, or never went to school, and that was our crew. And so when all these the cool kids, the good-looking kids, the athletic kids, we had people like that, like the 4 girls in our crew. By 7th grade, they were the hottest. I mean, Kim Romano was dating the high school football coach in 8th grade. I mean, she was like a Playboy bunny in 8th grade. So anyway, I was the dude of this crew, right? I mean, we were all for one and one for all. There was no leader, but I kind of was. I was the guy who was, hey, why don't we go do this? And everyone would say, yeah, that's a good idea. And that was my, hey, let's have fun. Oh, that's a good idea. Let's not get upset about this. Let's think about why it's happening. Oh, that's a good idea. So that was my job. I wasn't like the boss or the leader. I was the dude, right? And so in 8th grade, I was about to walk into high school. My brother had been there, and he had, he tried to be Hugh Hefner there. He was president of the senior class. He was the popular boy, blah, blah, blah. And so he had that for 2.5 years. And then my parents sent him off to a Catholic prep school in Brooklyn. And he had to wake up at 5 a.m. and get on the train with my father. Anyway, so what is biting me? Like I said, this place is whatchamacallit, very highly paranormal in how I feel it. I mean, things go bump around here, but when instead of them, scaring me, they pretend to bite me. So there's a little. So this is a thing of comfrey, golden seal, and a few other plants that grow in my forest. And it came, it isn't what the label says. I just use this thing because when I made a salve, it stayed nicely in this. So that's the dynamic here. So so my parents, because they were going to move back in the city and they didn't want me to live in their apartment, so they sent me off to a boarding school. And first they sent me off to a place called Canterbury in New Milford, Connecticut. And that was a Catholic seminary. And they had 3 castes. They had the guys who were going to be priests like me, and we wore cassocks. And there were guys who were going to be Catholic generals, and they wore uniforms. And then there were going to be Catholic captains of industry like Joe Kennedy, right? And they wore 3-piece business suits. And so I was sent off to that. And my larynx had been crushed by a nun, and my orbit was crushed, and my jaw was crushed, and this ear was damaged. So going to and I went to this public school where there were like about 15 in every class, right? and the teachers were amazing, and everyone got individual, right? If you were really like, I excelled in lots of things, and so me and about 8 people who excelled in lots of things, we went to the I mean, we were part of a class. In the morning we had our, we would go to that class, and the announcements would come over the speaker, and then you know the day would start, and some kids would go over to the gym, and some would go to the music, and some would go here and there. Whatever you did well, they sent you off to that. And then there were other, after lunch, there were classes that people from that homeroom would go and be part of, right? And so that's how that school was. That was like college, almost, right? Like I said, I took biology in 6th grade, and they taught us biology, the same biology. That biology I learned in 6th grade was better than the biology I learned in a prep school that was a prep school for the elite of the world. I went to school with Ricky Lynch, Eddie Merrill, Alex Orb, whose parents owned U.S. Steel, Hugh Himman, who owned Scott, everything wood in Canada, paper, you name it. Let's see, who else? Perry Dyes apparently owned Seagram's, Austin Hearst, Hearst Enterprises, and Joe Kennedy, Robert Kennedy's middle son, was my roommate in sophomore year. And so those are kids I went to school with. And our teachers were people who went to good colleges like Brown and UMass and Amherst. I mean, not Harvard and Yale and that, but these were good. And so they got a gig to teach us. And our headmaster, who was a real piece of work, and he hired them because he had them behind 8 ball, because if they worked for him, they got they didn't have to go to Vietnam, right? And he could pay them nothing, right? Well, you're living here, so you'd have to pay rent and eat, and I'm feeding you and housing you, and it was like goodbye, Mr. Chips, meaning we lived in these houses that they lived in, and they were our dorm masters, and we were taught 24/7. We went to school 7 days a week, and it was like jail. It was way out. It was right on the border of New Hampshire and Massachusetts, and Mount Washington was like right there, right? And so it snowed a lot, and it was cold, and you couldn't get out of there. And so first I went to this seminary, and it was basically it was it was. I mean, I had this. I communicated with love's co-creation, and Jesus was always talking to me, and I was always trying to do my best because Jesus was my example. And then when I went to a seminary to be a priest, I realized how corrupt, because I constantly was working with poor people. Like that school had slaves. They actually had slaves. They had indentured servants, and those people couldn't get on there, had been there for generations. And the way they punished you as a student, they made you work in the kitchen, made you work in the farm, made you work, fixing things. And I kept, questioning everything. And so, instead of answering my question, they just punished me, to the point where at one point, this really psychopathic Jesuit who had polio, he limped around on canes. He kind of had his boys tie me up to the fire pipes and beat me unconscious with 2x4s. Broke my ribs and my foot. That's why my foot is all mush. Whenever you break something, it heals up. But later on in your life, if you get something else like diabetes or, neuropathy or any of the things can set it off, that's when you start to fall apart. Our bodies are designed to not live. They're constantly dying, right? Now, if you are of a high psychic energetic, you can, there are masters that live forever, right? In a body, right? And sometimes they change bodies. And that's what the rich are doing now through transhumanism. They're trying to basically turn humans into robots. But And that's not going to end very well. If you were to go watch the movie Zardos, that movie just it was made in the 70s, and it puts out exactly what we're going through right now. And it gives a lot of spoilers on the one percenters. So go watch that movie, Zardos, okay? Go watch that movie, Zardos. So by the time I finished high school, my headmaster hated my guts because he built the school for this rich elite, and he thought he was part of the rich elite. No, he wasn't. And what happened was he fired all those teachers who were really important to that group of kids that I was part of, the 38 of us that graduated my senior year. That was my graduating class, 38, 160 in the whole school. And that school is still around. Both those schools were still around. And so, and what I did at Canterbury, I so turned that school on its ear that I wouldn't have gotten out alive if my godfather wasn't a cardinal. But the guy who ran the place, who was a good man, what was his name? Started with S. It'll pop into my head. He actually, one day, after I did my last thing that this Jesuit guy was going to come and like choke me like this because I just did, like, he had polio, so he always had crutches. And I would sneak into his room and cut them in half with a diamond saw and then put them back together with a dab of super glue and then kind of paint it so he couldn't see that little seam. So when he was walking on a flat, surface, the canes worked fine. But when he went down a staircase, they would snap and our whole school was made out of marble. So he fell down these marble stairs about 15 times because he never could catch me. And he was totally paranoid about his canes, and he'd switch them all the time, buy new ones, and I would just sneak in there and cut them and put them back together. And he went flying down the staircase about 15 times. And when he put me in the hospital, when I got out of there, I wired the bells of the whole school to go off at 3 a.m, and they rang for an hour, from 3 a.m. to 4 a.m. And then would turn off. And it ran for 5 months because I had an offsite power from a car battery, and it just triggered the system to and wake everyone up. And they brought the engineers in and the guys from, the company that put it in, Simplex, and they couldn't figure it out, right? And so it just went off until the battery died, right? And I just kept doing stuff like that. I organized the workers to go on strike when it was Parents' Day, and had them have signs and had them chained together and say, "We're slaves. We're owned by the church." And the parents said, "What?" And so that Jesuit priest was pissed off at me. And my last thing that made them get me out of that school like immediately was they had just finished building the Chesapeake Bay and Tunnel Authority, which was a 30-mile long bridge and tunnel that went across the Chesapeake Bay. So instead of you having take 95 and go all the way around this way and then come all the way back, they built this thing across that. So instead of doing 200 miles, you only did about 30 miles. But it's like just a causeway, and and they had little things you could pull off if your car broke down, but not too many of them. And so he was going to go visit his brother, and I knew he was going to take that bridge and tunnel thing. And here he is wearing all black as a priest. He had a black car. And so just before he left, I went to, because I was working in the kitchen, I took 2 boxes of sugar cubes, wrapped them up in cellophane, and jammed them down into the gas tank. And so he drove it around for a day or so, and then he drove the 100 and 200 miles to where he got on the bridge. And he got on the bridge at midnight, and his engine seized and right in the middle of the without any, he wasn't aware of it knocking and doing all the things it was doing. And The engine just stopped right in the middle of the bridge at 12 o'clock at night. And they had no lights, right? And he's wearing black. And there's only a turn off every 2 miles. And he was like right on the side of the road. And these big tractor trailers, and it was snowing and sleeting and raining and really cold. And it was like February. And he basically, by the grace of the devil, he didn't get run over, but he got really sick, and he was going to come and kill me. Like, I'll kill you, motherfucker! I'll kill you! And so the Monsignor Sheen was his name. He in the middle of the night, he came. Okay, get your stuff together, Al. We're out of here. I'm going to take you to your godfather's at St. Patrick's. I said, what happened? He goes, what do you mean what happened? You know what happened. I said, no, what happened? Well, Father Asshole, the Jesuit, he nearly died on the Chesapeake Bay Tunnel thing. His engine seized. It was welded with sugar. I said, oh, isn't that too bad? Said, just pack your stuff. We're out of here. They're sending the assassins from the Jesuits camp, So I've always had an issue with authority, but I learned at that point because up until that point in life, I was this little cute peanut of a guy that everyone loved. And I was the dude. I was, Al Bob. I was like, everyone loved me. Even the authority loved me. One day he's going to be an architect. We're teaching him we're giving him the special education because this kid, he really wants to know. He wants to understand. He's not, scholastic. He's a scholar at like 6, Okay. It's like, when Jesus went to talk to the rabbis and his parents didn't know where he was. And they found him talking to all the head rabbis and they were calling him rabbi. He was like 6. Well, they didn't call me rabbi, but I was a kid, amongst grown-ups. I was not their equal, but I was allowed to be in their crew because, this nun crushed my windpipe. I couldn't talk. I only listened. And when I did talk, because I stuttered so poorly, I really focused on what I was going to say. And then when I said something, I said it well, and I said it succinctly. And people said, I'll have to think about that one. So the first time I ever really, authority wanted to kill me, because, see, not all authority is the same. There's the psychopathic society over here, that's authority. And then there is the more, there used to be a thing called liberals. Oh, there aren't liberals anymore, just like there are no progressives anymore, right? Just like there are no conservatives anymore. The congressional, the Republican Conservative Party doesn't exist. What it is the NICP, Neo Insane Clown Party, right? And there used to be a band named, not Neo, but just the ICP. And if you ever went to any one of their shows, that's what, the Republican convention is like. So, and on the other side, the Democrats, they were, they were no such thing as liberals, Democrats were they were the sociopaths, and they still kind of are. And so, like I said, we had the best legislators money can buy, right? And then not only does, and we live in a corporate oligarchic crony capitalist state, and that's known as socialism, right? And because on the other hand, what China has, that's communism. And what communism is state-owned capital. That's communism. Socialism is corporate, oligarchic crony capitalism, right? Now, what we are heading into is a nationalism known as fascist. And fascist is when the corporation not only buys and pays off and blackmails, and that's what Jeffrey, what's his name, who allegedly died, let's say that, allegedly committed suicide in the can, in the federal, can, that's what he did. That's what he did. You know, the Lolita Express was all about getting people of power in compromising situations because they were sleazeballs to begin with, right? Because if you want to be that, you know, I want to be an A-lister. Oh, I've been doing this for 40 years and I know it better, you know, it's all about me, 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 me. Well, that's a sleazeball, you know. But it's Jesus and me, 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 you know. No, you know, the word God is a Sumerian word for, an insectoid scumbag, you know. It was known as Gob, G-O-B, right? And then when dog was man's best friend, they just switched around to G-O-D, right? So in reality, that burning bush is the least on the hierarchy of the great makers. That's who our great maker is, right? Is the burning bush. And when Moses asked him, you know, what are you? The burning bush said, I'm a work in progress, and you guys, meaning humans, are my mirror or my reflection. I am gauging what I do by how you react because you have a free will. You're not tied to a law like all the animals who are our relations, but you guys were put on this earth to be a reflection for me to figure out in what direction I need to go, right? So anyway, I went from that seminary to this other school. Again, the elitist of the elite of the elite went to, and you also had to be a total screw up. You know, elite screw ups, meaning the people like George W. went to places like not Deerfield was a second level, but there were other schools. I forgot which ones they were. There were a handful in New England that guys like George W. and H went to. Wherever they went to high school is like that's then they went to Princeton, right? And so I went to this prep school, and I made and that guy thought he ruled the rich and elite, but he didn't, because when he screwed up by firing all our favorite teachers and putting these real old scumbags, his old buddies who were senile, like I had a guy named Mickey Scarpito, right, and his wife Ethel, and Ethel was was supposed to be teaching us French, and she couldn't conjugate she was like, and so I used to there was only 6 in our class, and so I would there was a big box of these like composition books. That's where I learned to love composition books at my school, because that's what we had. We wrote everything in composition books. So anyway, and I would take a handful of those, rip them up, and go under the table and just ball the paper up and stuff them up between her legs. And she was so dead up there, she didn't feel anything. She just kind of felt a little scratchiness. And so by the time the class would end, it would do things to her rectum that she would drip and not smell too good. And she would get up and fall over. And there was so much paper in her dress, she couldn't get hurt, but she was squishy. And then she couldn't get up, and she smelled bad. And I did things like that to all of these, psychodrama folks, right? And we still had 2 teachers who were, because they couldn't get rid of those guys. We had 4 teachers who were really good, tried to continue to try and motivate these young people who were going to be the rulers of the world to do the right thing. And so my literary teacher, Mr. Bukhar, and my creative writing, theater, playwriting, poetry. Bukhar was more of he was a classic guy, right? We read all the Greek plays, Chaucer, and he was really big in the 11th century. So he was a feminist, and 11th century, there were some amazing women writers. So anyway, that no one ever read, but they were smarter than anybody else. And so I had this really classical, and even when they got rid of all this, but I already took science, I already took math, I already knew trigonometry, I already knew all this stuff that they moved the boring, dead-brained folk. But we, of our senior class, and these guys whose, like I said, families owned the world, complained to their parents, and they fired this headmaster, Mr. Marr, and his sociopath wife. And a good reason. Here's a good example of why that guy hated me. So, my good buddy, who became the photo editor at High Point Enterprise, who hired me to be a photojournalist, we were the two photographers of that school, and we took all the pictures of the football games and all the sports and all the events, and we published the newspaper, the literary magazine, and the yearbook. And we made our sophomore and junior years, because nobody else was doing it. We did it all, right? Along with Mr. Buchar, Mr. Elfring, who was this German guy who was really, and so we, and this woman who, her husband was, she was like 24 years old, and her husband was one of these old farts that Mr. Marr, and he was like 70, and his mind, and she married him because he had a lot of money, and he was a horny dog, and she was hot, and but she goes, okay, we're going to get married. We're going to have I want, a legal contract. And her father was a lawyer, that I get everything when you die. And she just stuffed him full of cheese and steak and screwed him every night. And, he basically clogged up within the first year of their marriage. And then he was like, started to turn into concrete, and then so he died a little after Christmas. We came back for Christmas. He was gone, and she was no longer married to this guy, but really wealthy. And Mr. Marr had the illusion like somehow she was going to give that money to him. And she was just waiting for that year to go up. So she was stooping every guy in that place who floated her boat. And she was really quite the thespian. So we did some really interesting plays. We did JB, which is a really interesting play about Job and God and the devil. And I played the devil. And we did a lot of Moliere plays. And I was the only guy who had the courage to play the female. And the Bald Soprano, which is a farce, an English farce, I played all the female roles, right? And I, instead of going off stage, we had no stage. We did this in the cafeteria. I just had this little curtain that I would change into different costumes. And I did it in such a way that I put the curtain up so I didn't hide my immodesty from the audience. I did it from the characters, right? So I didn't break the fourth wall of the stage. I broke it to the audience. And I was running around naked half the time and wearing brassiere and female underpants and dresses and still being a guy. And so when I started doing this, she would laugh hysterically all the time. And the first time we went into rehearsal for this play, I kind of did this because there was no, it was like right on the, in the library, there was no, and I just would take all my clothes off and get into different female costuming. And she would be laughing hysterically. And she goes, we're leaving this in the play. We're going to put up the curtain for the people who are the characters so they don't see you, so you don't break the illusion inside the fourth wall. But the audience is going to see you changing into different things and naked half the time. So, and she thought that was going to be great. And she was another person who gave me the H.G. Wells books of their feminism. Anyway, I was probably 17, 18. I was 18 when I did these plays. And so one, we're at the library. It's 9:00. We're going back. And she goes, you want to come over? Her old man had died. So she had the house all to herself. She wanted to come over and have a cup of tea, and we can run through the lines. And I said, sure. So we go over there, and she makes me a Irish coffee, not tea, Irish coffee. And I'm drinking, boy, this is good, and not really, and I don't drink. And so by the second one, I had a buzz on. I was like, yeah, this is, she put on some music, and we were dancing. She was rubbing against me, and she goes, I'm going to teach you how to be a woman. And I said, really? She goes, yes. And I said, how are you going to do that? Well, first thing, we have to, get our hygiene correct. And I said, huh? She goes, wouldn't you like to take a shower with me? And I said, huh? And she just took me by the hand, took my clothes off, put on the nice hot water. Then she did a nice little dance of the 7 veils. And this woman was, and I was just like, now I had some girlfriends up until then. I had my sisters in grammar school. And when we learned biology in 6th grade, in 7th and 8th grade, when they were teaching us, and sex education wasn't so much about the birds and the bees. We learned that in 6th grade. 7th and 8th grade, they were teaching us the psychology and sociology of sex, right? This was, the beginning of the 60s. And and then in prep school, I had a number of girlfriends, and all the girls that I ever had up until that point were usually older than me. Especially in prep school, I would bump into these girls that, like the first real girlfriend I had was my freshman year. And this is another reason why that school went nuts about me. How they had it was the freshmen, they would have these teas where our sister girls' schools of convents would, these girls would show up, and we as freshmen and sophomores would escort the girls to the games, the football game, the hockey game, the basketball game. And then they would have a tea where the guys would come out straight from the shower room smelling of Tesseron and soap. And we turn the girls over to those guys, right? And they'd have a tea. And then the guys would go and they'd have dinner. And then they would have, the dance where people would dry hump each other pretty silly. And so the first time I ever did that, this girl who was a junior, her name was Teresa Riley, and her father was on the board of the school I was going to. I mean, real Catholic family, Irish Catholic, right? And had money. He was a banker, and she had her own way all her life. And when she was a little girl, she had played in that seminary, and she knew every nook and cranny. So basically, I get her from the bus, and I go, so and her boy, the man or the man boy that she was supposed to be allotted to because she was the hottest chick there, was the captain of the hockey team, this big kind of guy. And so she said to me, do you really want to stand out in the cold and freeze watching that jerk play hockey? And I said, not really. She goes, I know a really cool place. And I said, really? And we went into the chapel, and we went up to the bellroom, and there was like this little apartment up there, like for Quasimodo or somebody. But it was an apartment, it had bed, and it was warm. All the heat of the school went up, and it was warm, toasty, and the view was amazing. You could see all of everything around North Bridgeton and up to the sea, and it was mountains over there. Anyway, she says, come sit next to me. And, she basically took all my clothes off and then started rubbing every square inch of now I've already had, experiences with young girls my age, 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th grade. Mostly, 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th, we were just kind of, we were buds. We weren't, we didn't have any sex at that time. I mean, we were all looked the same, nobody had any lumps or bumps. And we were all, and the girls usually were more athletic than us and could beat us up. So, but 7th and 8th grade, the girls said, all these guys are hitting on us and we don't want to have anything to do with them. We've known you guys for most of our life, and you're our brothers. We love you. You're our buds. We're, the cadre. We are. So why don't we just have sex with each other, and like spin the bottle, but a little naked, and we did that, and it was great. I mean, they should actually do that because we learned really what sex was about. We already learned that the birds and the bees about, manufacturing babies, and we learned how not to get pregnant. It's very simple. There's you don't have to take any pills or anything. Rhythm actually works pretty good about 80% of the time. A guy's modality is defined by their blood type and whether their swimmers like it cold or warm. And girls, when they're ovulating, give off a little mucus. So you get down there and you stick it in, then you go, oh, it's not time to stick sand in there. So we knew all of that. And so we had the best of times, 7th and 8th grade, right? So we were ready. We were more, so we wanted to drive. Did we want to drive to Texas? No, we didn't want to drive to Texas. Did we want to drive to Texas with John Boy? No, because all he would talk about was how his gym teacher made him suffer in the 5th grade, right? Where we were alienated from the rest of the school because they were all in cliques. We had our own clique, the dudes and dudettes, right? So anyway, back to the seminary. And so I'm up in the, Quasimodo apartment in the Bell House. And Gina is, showing me her wares and taking stock of mine. And we just had the good old time for about an hour and a half. And it's, now, it's the game is still going on. She goes, well, this was nice, but why don't we go to your dorm? And we had what are known were Carols, and instead of you having a room, it was like Harry Potter. So it was a big room, and there were 6 kids in the big room, and we had our own little nook, that had our bed and our like closet, and our closet was like kind of had a wall around it, so you did have a little privacy, and you had your study, Carol, which was the other wall. So one side was open to the main area where we all shared the common, and in the freshman dorm there were about 20 of those. So 6 kids times 20. That's how big the freshman class was. Anyway, so she goes, let's go back to your dorm. And she knew the whole school, when I told her what, Carol I was in, she knew exactly where it was, what it was. So we went up there, we went up the backstage, we went in through the kitchen. I had been working in the kitchen. I was waving at all the boys. They were all like, hey, good boy, giving me 5. I'm walking in there with Gina. And we went up the back stairs, went into my Carol. And again, we're basically, naked on my bed. And my buddies are like at the front door, like looking at what's going on with me. And half the other freshman class is like, right now, I had 2 friends that was part of my cadre in that school, and they were like reincarnated Black Jasmine. I mean, they looked like the Blues Brothers. They always wore black, black pants, black shirts, black, white shirt, black tie. That guy who was in the Blues Brothers, the guy who lived down in the basement, the black guy who's a Blues Brothers. I forgot. I mean, he was, I forgot what real blues musician he was, but that was what these 2 guys were. And they were freshmen, and they played. One guy had a steel guitar, and the other guy had a bass, an electric bass, right? And so they played blues like you could not believe. So for the tea, they had these 2 guys as the music, right? And so I spent another hour with Gina in my bed, and we don't have sex, but we are naked and we're playing with each other's bits. And she is doing it as a show for my buddies and half the freshman class who are like, right? So she goes, okay, it's time, let's get dressed. Time to go. You're going to escort me to the tea. Well, I said, shouldn't aren't we like about 40 minutes late because the guys, she goes, forget about it. I'm done when you want to see that. I'm going to take you to the tea, So we show up the tea, and there's, 60 seniors, who are going to be at this dance, who are, jocks, and because only the jocks were going to go to this dance, and they had girls. I mean, and in the Catholic religion, the soldier was the guy who gets the girl. Blues Brothers, yep. So anyway, Gina goes over to those guys and says something like, "Only play music you can have sex by," right? Really slow, like Keep Me Holding On, really slow songs, do, 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 like do, 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 do. Anyway, so the nuns are there, the priests are there, the 60 jocks are there, and the 60 other girls who are in the nunnery are there, who are all not as interesting as Gina, that's for sure. And so, everyone's, and she's got her own little flask, on her stocking thing, and we're not drinking tea. She's like opening up the flask, and I don't drink, and she definitely. And I think she had like LSD in there too, because I was like on another planet, and so they're playing all these sex songs, and Gina is just humping the heck out of me. Nobody else is dancing. The nuns are like in shock, so they don't come up and like hit us with rulers. And the priests are looking for the little boys to have sex with. So no one bothers us. We're doing something natural that God gave everyone to do, but the Catholic Church doesn't want to touch it with a 10-foot pole. And the guy who was the captain of the hockey team, who Gina was supposed to be with, he is just steaming mad and goes out because he has been embarrassed. Because here's a freshman, this little peanut of a guy, who has just showed him up, right? So, we go through that, and then they go up to dinner. Now, I was supposed to be waiting for the whatchamacallit, for the dinner. Well, she goes, no, you're going to come and have dinner with me. And I'm like, by this time, I am drunk, I am stoned, I am tripping my brains out. And Gina has, her hand in the back of my pants going past my rectum, up that little, whatever call that piece of funhouse meat between your balls and your rectum and my penis. And, that was the tallest Stan had ever been, ever. And she would just kept stimulating me in the best of ways and in front of everyone. And she did not care. This girl did not. She was like a revolutionary, She was like the Che Guevara of sex, right? So we go to dinner, and I'm supposed to be, waiting on these people. So everyone's one man down, and people are just like gnawing their teeth, and they can't do anything because Gina's dad is on the board of directors of the school. They can't really do anything to her, right? She's richer than any of the other girls, and she doesn't care, She's not going to be a nun. Pretty much, she's sealing the deal on not being a nun, right? And so, anyway, what happens is we're supposed to go off to where they're going to have some stupid music, like a DJ or something. And we go, we disappear back up to the Quasimodo hotel in the bell of the Bat-Free of the church. And by the time the, bus is supposed to leave, the Hound of Baskerville has gotten us, found us there and put handcuffs on Gina and dragged her up to the bus. And basically, I'm allowed to just disappear. So I make it back, and the whole freshman class is, what happened? What did you do with her? How did it go? Well, tell us everything. It was like, and I just kind of was out of my, I just got to go to sleep. I just, because everything was looking like this, and I just wanted to go to sleep because I had to get up at 6 in the morning to frigging go be an altar boy for church because I'm a seminarian and I know Latin and so I'm supposed to get up there. And the only good thing about it being a seminarian is that I don't have to put clothes on. I can just throw a cassock on and go to class or go to anything, right? Unless I have to do some serious work, like work in the kitchen or work in the farm, I can just throw in the cassock, right? Where the other guys either had to put their uniforms on or their three-piece suits. Me, I wore my cassock. So anyway, if it's really cold, I would be wearing long johns and a sweater underneath and then throw that cassock on. So anyway, I basically am unconscious and everyone's talking about me all around me and they're like kind of partying in the freshman class. It's like I've freed them. All right. So they're like going, we're not going to take it because basically we were treated like slaves. And so because that Catholic Church has a long, I was going to say glorious history of slavery, but it's not glorious. But anyway, I'm just conked out. And so, 5:30 wakes up, the alarm goes off. I go and he's the other altar boy and he's like little Jesus and he had Coke bottle glasses, right? And every priest there was trying to bugger him, but he was so small he could hide, right? And he had no idea what was going on. And I was taller than he was, but I was still a peanut of a guy. Anyway, so it's time for me to wake up, and Igo comes over and shakes me and goes, "Come on, Al, we got to go." So I'm getting up, and the lights are bright, and in the hallway, it's a big stairway that goes all the way down to the commons room and goes outside, and the dining hall is in the freshman dorm. Right. And because we're the slaves, so half of us are working either in the kitchen or waiters or doing something. So the freshmen were the slaves of the school, along with the indentured servants. And we basically, Ivo and I are, I was just like, don't fall down the stairs, don't fall. And then he kind of goes, oh no. And I'm like, I got the sweater over my head. I got the cassock over here. I'm putting it, backwards, and I have no idea. I'm still drunk and tripping and got a serious headache. And he goes, "Ow, watch out." I'm like, can't see anything. And I turn around and I feel this kind of weight on one side of me. And I turn around even more. And then I hear a scream, right? And half the freshman class and the sophomores were downstairs. And the guy who is the captain of the hockey team, who Gina embarrassed him, he was going to kill me. So he was there with a baseball bat, ready to wango. I had this thing, he's just going to hit me in the head and push me off, and I'd fall 3 stories and, smash into the table down below. Well, when he took a swing, he didn't get anything. He just got my cassock, and I felt this tug, and I turned, and it flipped him right over the banister, and he fell the 3 stories and smashed into the table, and luckily didn't die, but he was pretty messed up. And the rumor, everyone swore, Al knows kung fu. So I got beat up a couple of times by seniors because I had done other things to them early in the fall. And but after he was the meanest, baddest, biggest bully of all, and I put him in a hospital, and he never came back to school. I mean, he was that messed up. And his family didn't sue anybody because he had been such a sociopath. His record of violence and everything was so bad that, and he was the guy wearing the military uniform, and his father was a colonel. And so they didn't, they were going to, the guys who, make sure that really bad people don't do bad things to embarrass the military or the Catholic Church. We're going to probably off him at some point, send him to Vietnam and give him a gun without any bullets. So I did those guys a favor, and so that was that, right? And so, I didn't even see it. Ivo just grabbed me and said, let's go. And the rest of the school was like, oh, and the crash and the smash. And we took the back staircase because it's facing the chapel. So we didn't even go through the, downstairs hall. We went through the back stairs. And the rumor was that, I knew Kung Fu and I threw him off. He went to hit me with a baseball bat and, I had a sweat over my head. I was totally, unprotected. And I threw him over and he was like, weighed 100 pounds more than I did. It's all geometry. And so, so I still have a super hangover, just exhausted, can't see straight. And there I am getting the church ready and they have these big candles. And there's the head priest and then two other priests and then me. And I go, right? And we, we do like, say the stuff in Latin, go get stuff, the wine, the hosts, the candles. Anyway, so I'm there and I see one of the priests got Igo in the corner and he is trying to get in his pants and he has his dick out. And there's like 600 people in the church and he's just hiding behind the proscenium of the altar over here. And I'm like right there. So I'm like drunk, stoned, bad hangover, can't see. I'm holding this like 30-pound, gold candelabra with candles on it. And I'm trying to do this. And I go over to the guy and I just touch his casket just a little bit with a flame. And he, because they didn't have flame retardant caskets in those times, probably made out of, gasoline. And his boom, he went into a puff of black burning, fire of gasoline. And he jumped out in the middle of this, and this is Sunday, kind of high mass. And we were doing all the rituals, and he came out on fire and running around. And there's 600 people just watching him, and no one got up and put him out. They just watched him because he was a jerk. He was an asshole. He was a pedophile. And he was just, there were other pedophiles that were more popular. And they probably would have put those guys out. But this guy, not so much. And so he's like burning like a Roman candle. And so Igo's like a rocket scientist. He goes over and gets this big chemical fire extinguisher. And this guy was about to, bugger him. And Igo puts him out. Now that's a saint. Igo was a saint, right? That's why he's my bud. And then he says, over here. So I come over and see, Igo's like half the size I was, but he couldn't see crap, but he was like smarter than Albert Einstein put together with Madame Curie and Robin Hood. That was Igo. And so he goes, help me with this. And the guy finally collapsed on a rug, but he was still smoldering and a few flames here, but we ran out of chemicals. So we rolled them up in the carpet. And no one came to get him. Like the mass went on, the guy's smoldering out at either end. And, the psychotic Jesuit later on took him out of there with his boys, right? And we never heard about him ever again. And I didn't get in trouble for setting him on fire, but that all happened within less than 24 hours. I met Gina at around 11 in the morning, and I set the guy on fire at around 7:30, right? So that's how life is. So that's at the, other things set it up before because other really amazing, strange things happened before that, right? And that's when I would do this. I got made to work in the kitchen. Did this, made to work as a waiter. Did this, made to work in the farm with the cows. And my last, thing before I set the priest, out onto the Chesapeake Bay drive was that they had Oh, it wasn't graduation, but it was like this kind of, when the seniors got, so they would have like, 4 weeks or less than a month before it was just before graduation. They got the announcements of who got this award, that award, blah, blah, blah. It was a big thing for the families and these kids who had been there for 4 years, blah, 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 blah. And a lot of it had like the announcement of who was going to go to, the Naval Academy or the Army Academy, who was going to go to this Jesuit place or that, or who got into Wharton or whatever, right? So that was that day. And what I did that day, so I had been working in the farm, right? And I milked them. I mucked out all of their stalls. I milked the cows. And I brushed the horses and the cows. No one ever brushed them. So, they were like a matted wreck because these cows were more or less there as show, right? It was a tradition, and no one really. I groomed them. I made their life happy. I gave them more food than they normally got, and I mucked their. Half those guys who worked there never mucked out their stalls. I did it at least twice because these animals were my friends. This is really where I made a connection. I was always a dog boy, but this is when I really made a connection to the concept of all my relations. They were more my family than anybody. I mean, there was my crew. We were called Mission Impossible. The Mission Impossible TV show had gone on air, and that was us because we did all these kind of pranks on the upperclassmen. And we did it in such a way that they couldn't quite, like the Bells, they couldn't figure out who did it. So they, and the senior class was about 80 guys. The freshman class was 360 guys, right? So they couldn't just, try and kill us because we outnumbered them, and we were the first class that had solidarity, because that school was all about divide and conquer. The rich kids against the poor kids, the handsome kids the against the ugly ones, the jocks against the ones who could barely walk. But our freshman class, we didn't fit any of those categories, so we had a solidarity. And Igo was an amazing leader. He really was. This little guy could barely say anything. He could get people to work together. He was amazing, right? And he never held a grudge. He never, none of that, right? And there were 8 of us in our little carrel, in that little room that we all shared. And there were only supposed to be 6, but Igo and I were small, so they kind of like stuffed 2 other guys in there. And we were all on that level, and we were like a crew. We weren't just family, we were a crew. We were the Mission Impossible crew, and we did all these things. So I was really tight with the animals, and so the guy with the crutches, I called them sticks. He was just decorating fool, right? So every event he would add the flowers and the bunts and the this and the that, and he would decorate up 100%. So around 3 a.m, I went over to the barn, and I had earlier on, fed the cows at 6 and really fed them a lot, and of not stuff that would stuff them up. There's certain things that goes through them, water through a goose or whatever that thing is. But then around 12, I got them and groomed them and made them feel really happy. And I got them into liking chocolate. So I fed each one of the 3 cows a box of chocolate X-Lax. And I, about 1 o'clock, 1:30, I took them over and into the dining room and put them in there. And then I locked all of the doors except the last one for me to get out of. I locked them, and they had a kind of, not a regular key, but an Allen wrench. And not everyone, and it was not everyone knew that you could lock these panic doors with an Allen wrench, so they would not work, right? So I did that, and then I took some barbed wire and ran it around the two ends of the panic doors, right where the hole for the Allen wrench is. So you first have to deal with the barbed wire. Anyway, and so if they tried to just smash the doors through, the barbed wire would keep the doors from opening. So put the cows in there, and they had the X-lac an hour and a half before, and before that they had a big. Both of their tummies were full of shit that was going to just come out like diarrhea, but add chocolate X-lax to that, and so and the guy had flowers everywhere and fancy furniture and everything like that, and I was supposed to wait that meal, and around and we're supposed to show up there at 6, but around 5:30, I heard this scream that like echoed through the whole school, and it was Sticks, because he tried to get in one door, he couldn't get in, the next door couldn't get in, next door he went all the way around to where the door I went out of it was locked too, but he kind of had one of the janitor guys bust that door in, because they tried to bust one door and it was barbed wired closed and they couldn't get at it. So he came in there, and when he got in there, the cows had trampled all the tables, all the chairs, ate all the flowers, and then emptied their 100 pounds of diarrhea for each cow all over the place, on the walls, on the on the altar, on the flags, you name it. It was just defiled. And I was upstairs asleep. And he came up there, and they were going to, there's no way to prove that I did that. Mission impossible. Boom, 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 boom. So that was us. So when my finally dastardly deed, about 4 weeks before the end of school, the week after this event, I mean, he was going to visit his brother, like to calm down from all of the stuff that I had done, that the Mission Impossible team had done, the crew. And we would spray paint on the wall, the crew, right? We never used it ourselves, but that's how we tagged everything. And no one was tagging. This is like 1960, 4 or 5. And so that's why I only lasted 8 months in that school. And the lesson I learned, and I learned 2 major lessons. One, do not do anything unless you learn from it. And that learning brings you into a space of being better and better, right? To follow Jesus's path, right? The other one is you can't fight City Hall. And the only reason I'm alive today is that, Monsignor Sheehan woke me up and, threw me in his car and drove me to New York City and had me stay with my cardinal godfather in St. Patrick's, where he had his own, paramilitary crew. So that's how I ended up in the Winchendon School for Boys, where all the, rich elite, and, because my cardinal godfather got me in there, right? Because he knew all the elites. He was the elite. And so that's how I got there. And so how I made that headmaster, so we would do all these things. So that the crew that I was in, there were a lot, all the other classes, the classes before us had rich kids, and the classes after us had rich kids. But our class had the uber elite, the people who run the world, like Eddie Merrill, Ricky Lynch, and like every 500, and that's where I learned about interlocking directors, that there were 20 families that were in my senior class that ran the world. And they were on every board, in the top 500, right? That's when I realized, that's when I learned about what an oligarchy was, right? I was going to school with it. And these guys, we were all there because we had done stuff like I had done at Canterbury, and so that we were all, screw ups. But no one, I was like the creme de la creme of screw ups, right? So at this school, I decided to not be that proactive, right? And there were some really great teachers. So I said, I've always loved being the student of a great teacher, right? So, I've had really great teachers my whole life. And so I had 5 in that school. And so that's what I was focusing on, my education and the relationship with my fellow students and being a leader, doing better and better. I didn't go get drunk like those guys or go whoring. There's a little town called Winchington, the toy town, that this train would come right by, because we were on top of this mountain. We were about 5-6 miles to walk into town, and there were no cars, no buses, but there was a freight train that went by like a bus. It went by this way about 5 times a day and went by that way. And there was this place where there was this hill where you could almost, the tracks were kind of cut into that hill. So you could stay on top of that hill, and the train would be, if it was a real long train, it would go slow because it would have to go up, 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 up. And you would wait for the 4th or 5th car where there was the freight car. They didn't have containers, they had freight cars. The door was open and you could just step from that hill into the freight car. It was going slow enough, you could just step. You didn't have to get up, you didn't have to jump, you just step right in, right? And that was like, our limousine. And then it would come into town, and there was a real tight turn. Again, if it was a real long train, it would slow way down. And again, there was this other place that was like, the siding, right? And you could just step out of the car onto the siding and then walk, a block into town. And these guys would go in, and the poor guys who like worked at the gas station or the wherever would, tell their daughters, have sex with these rich kids and get knocked up, and we'll make $100,000, right? So these guys would come and get us, take us to their house, and introduce us to their sexy daughter and give us a bottle of vodka, or anything else we wanted, So these guys had so much money. This is how they were treated. Like I said, a oligarchy. They were treated this way their whole frigging life, right? They had no idea what the rest of humanity did, And so those are the guys I went to high school with. So I was, I already did that. And I'm not going to do that again, fight the machine. But here the machine was even more intense. I'm going to learn about it. I'm going to learn how to negotiate with it. I'm going to learn how to make it do what I want to do, even though I'm not one of those, 50 families, but I'll be their middle son's best friend, like Hugh Himman, his grandma, she loved my ass because Hugh was an interesting lad, and he never had any friends, but he and I just hit it off. And he was like Igo, but he was a little more, Igo was like a rocket scientist. Hugh was more like, Gomer Pyle or Forrest Gump, but smarter, and a little more sophisticated. But he was, and what he really was? He was an honest person, a really true blue, sweet, honest guy. He was smart, he had common sense. He hung out with his family's chauffeurs, and the chauffeurs were usually guys who were, like Army Rangers. They were, of really rich families. The chauffeur was a guy who could handle a gun, who could drive the car away from harm's way, who, if he had to protect the family, he singularly could kill 20 or 30 people. So you was kind of brought up by those guys. So you actually taught me, he was the first guy to show me Aikido. You knew Aikido, and he was quick on his feet. Like I said, he wasn't Forrest Gump, he wasn't Gomer Pyle, but he wasn't the snakes like my other classmates were. And my classmates, how I dealt with them, one of the things that was really good about that school is that there was no bullying, because all those guys had chauffeurs who would kill the bullies, right? And the other thing about it was, they were screw-ups, so they knew, even though they didn't know what the common man was like, they knew what being, made fun of and all of that was like. And so they really didn't do it. So our class was quite interesting in that our whole school was, not just our class, but our whole school were kids. The only person who ever was a real jerk was Joe Kennedy. So, I'm a Kennedy. I can, and he was dumber than dog dirt, And anyway, I mean, I lived in a house with him, and he would get annoyed with me because I read books all the time. I was like, what? He goes, I'm a Kennedy. I don't need to read, because he was above reading, right? And, if you looked at his Uncle Teddy, you'd have to go along with that. So anyway, that was my high school career. So we had this kind of insulated 3 years, our sophomore, junior, senior year. And when we came back our senior year and we were going to do some amazing things, half of the teachers who were our goodbye Mr. Chips were in Vietnam and dying because our headmaster, because he kind of twigged on what we were doing and that there were like two different schools. The one he ran and the one these really interesting teachers were trying to change the world by, getting us to be human beings. Jigsaw World Order. Yep. Checking in. And so Jigsaw, do you like the concept of neo-insane clown party? That's kind of what we're experiencing. What we have been experiencing since 1776. That happened. So that last 8 months of, none of these guys had to worry about going to Vietnam. They were all going to go to some college or another. But I had made, or at least Mr. Marr, the headmaster, the creator of this school, thought I was the worst thing, right? Even though I wasn't, because my street cred from the seminary was like, unbelievable, right? So he just kept saying that, well, this ain't that place and you can't do blah, 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 blah. And he made me the first 6 months live in his house so he could keep an eye on me. And I just happened to set his house on fire. But I saved the house from burning down. There was 6 of us who were real, as he would say, bad apples. So we couldn't be in a dorm or be with any of the other boys. So we had to live in his basement. So there was a TV and, we all had, like crappy beds and we were down there. And anyway, so we were a crew and there was a guy named, what was his name? Not David. Oh, started with a D though. And his father was like if you took Dean Martin and Woody Allen and Bing Crosby and the worst Machine Gun Kelly, a gangster. So he was a mobster, gambler, womanizer, really handsome, and ran nightclubs in Boston, right? And in Las Vegas, he was one of Bugsy's buddies, right? And he could sing and dance, and so he knew people in the music and Hollywood. And anyway, so that was that guy. And then there was this really obnoxious kid. I mean, just in his gene pool, he was obnoxious. And we didn't pick on him. And because we didn't pick on him, he was just, you had this taste in your mouth like, I just want to beat him up. And we didn't do that. And we tried to, at least I led by example, tried to be super nice. And there was only, 6 of us in the basement, and there was no rooms. And so we didn't really pick on each other's bad foibles because we were all slobs and losers and thrown out of those other guys were thrown out of like 10, 20 other schools. I just, anyway, so it would snow so much that we would go up to the attic and it had really steep gable, and it was a door that went out onto the roof, and we would slide down, and we had trays from the dining hall that we kind of stole, big trays, and we would slide down that, and it was like on the third floor, and there was so much snow, we would slide down the roof to about the middle of the second floor, and then we would fly through the air for about 20 feet and land into a big snow pile because the snow kept falling off that roof and making big snow piles, right? And so we would do that, and we would get between our sweat and wearing all these clothes and just getting sopped by the snow. We would come down, and Star Trek would be on at 4 and we didn't eat with the rest of the school. we just, it was like we were animals in a barn. They would just, there was the trough, and they would slow the slop there, and so anyway, so between, school would kind of end around 4:00. One of the Mars sons would drive us back in the station wagon, and we just go there and be in the basement, right? And it was like the island of Dr. Moreau. And so we were sliding off the roof on trays and having a grand old time. And then Star Trek comes on around 4:30. And so I had this big sweater, my only kind of warm thing I had. And we had these study lamps, right? And there was we had a study hall upstairs on the second floor. So the Mars, we had, after 6:00, when they would come home, we'd have to spend 3 hours in study hall doing our homework or whatever, right? And we each had our own little table and our own chair and a study lamp on it, right? So we get out, and basically I take my sopping wet clothes. Now these guys have like more clothes than anybody. Me, my parents, not so much, right? So I only had one sweater, one coat, 2 pants, a couple of shirts, one pair of shoes that didn't have galoshes. And, Mr. Buchar bought me a pair because my shoes were just, and that's another reason why my feet are so messed up. So anyway, so I would dry my clothes. This heat lamp had a label on it saying, this lamp gets so hot, do not let it touch a drape or thing, and do not put clothes on it to dry. It actually had a disclaimer on it. That's how hot this thing got. So I knew how hot it got, so I took off my sweater, and normally I would put it on there and I'd be studying, and I'd like, it's dry yet? Okay, dry. Oh, now it's crisp. Oh, it's starting to smoke. I'll take it off. Well, I put my sweater up there and then went down to the basement to watch Star Trek. And so, we're eating popcorn and watching Star Trek, and the smell of the popcorn is stronger than anything. But all of a sudden, I look around, and our basement has a haze in it. And someone goes, "Is that smoke?" And then I go, "My sweater." So I book upstairs, and the room is on fucking fire. Hasn't gone up to the ceiling yet, but my sweater is totally, as the firemen would say, totally involved. And it was like that far from setting the window drapes and everything on fire, and then catching the ceiling on fire, and then there goes the house. So I take up my chair and I throw it through the window, right? And then I pull the drapes down and the lamp, and I kind of roll, because they're just about to burst into flame, and I roll the drapes up and my sweater up and the lamp up in the drapes, and throw it out the window. And I save the house. I think, everyone's, yay, he's a hero. But the house, that room is blacker than soot. And the living room ceiling, that's high white ceiling, all the smoke kind of came out and went up to that living room ceiling. And it was like, it looked like Hades up there, because all the blokes went up there and didn't just make it all black, but it had all these really looked like vines growing up, all these lines, and it looked like the devil up there on the ceiling. And that was the energy of Mrs. Marr, because she was the devil incarnate, the Satan's heart of it, So anyway, and that was my first week in that school. And so that's why and Mrs. Marr hated my guts, just. So we couldn't be in the basement anymore. So we went over into Mr. Bukhar's house, and we were his crew, So, and he taught us for 3 years. I mean, why I'm a scholar, the scholar I am. I mean, yes, the Marinols, when I was, from kindergarten to third grade, they taught me a very classical education, but still theologic. But everything I studied psychology, sociology, anthropology, but in a theological kind of way, like Thomas Merton. Have you any of you guys read Thomas Merton? I mean, that's kind of how I was the school of Thomas Merton. But anyway, so he hated me, I hated him. Every time he kind of went after anybody, he never kind of directly went at me because he was scared because he heard what I did to that Jesuit priest. And the Jesuits are like, they do not take prisoners, and that I left him shivering in the middle of the bridge and tunnel, So nobody, I mean, and after the kid went flying off the banister that I didn't even see and set the priest, there was a lot of street cred I had, right? So no one physically messed with me ever again, right? And then I got trained, Later on, I was taken under the wing of a lot of interesting people who, you were trained to be a Jesuit. You were trained to be, Marinol rocket scientist for the Pope. Yeah, we're trained. I had all these trainings. Well, now we're going to train you to do this, to be a hitman for the, Council for Foreign Relations. That's when I studied under Dr. Quigley, and the guy who wrote None Dare Call It Conspiracy, Gary Allen, was my fellow student. There were about 4 of us, maybe 6. 3 girls, me and Gary, and one other guy who was like Mr. Invisible, right? He did come from the island of Moreau. So I had a real training, of being able to take care of business. And then I went from that, and so I had all this like Jesus, being like Jesus, and I had all this esoteric and occult training, through Madame Olga Kluver, who owned the aquarium, this kind of shop on Lexington Avenue. Lexington Avenue is a really paranormal avenue. It starts downtown near 16th Street, and right next to it is like Park Avenue, and there's this park, and there's a hotel. And straight up that is Lexington, and it goes up to the circle for Columbus Circle. And that is it's like going to Dublin, going down the alleys where there are all these time tunnels. Lexington Avenue is like that. And Madame Kluver's aquarium was this what they would call a what do they call it? It's a euphemism. It's a store of interesting things, amazing rare books, amazing this, little tchotchkes that had powers. It's like the stuff that they stick in the warehouse 51. So the end of the first Indiana Jones, where they take the Jewish artifact and put it in a box and spray paint a big long thing and nail it closed, put it on a dolly and roll it into a warehouse that goes on forever. And there are a zillion other boxes just like that one. So you go, if they're putting that one box and the number's like 800 letters long, then there's other crazy stuff in there, right? And then the last Indiana Jones, they go back to that same place, and that's where they find the alien body. So anyway, that was Madame Kluver's shop. And the front window, I don't know if you guys have ever seen this, but if you go to the Museum of Modern Art, there is a window that is a curved window. So when you're walking by in the street, you don't see the window. There are no reflections of buses and things going by. It looks like there's nothing there. And behind it is Matisse's big, long, amazing painting of water lilies. And Matisse made it for that wall. And they made that glass wall. So you would go by on 50, whatever street that is, where the Museum of Modern Art is, and you would see Matisse's paintings, and you would think there was like the waterfall and the water lilies, and you'd think that was a magic space. And they had this magic window. And the first magic window that was like that was in Madame Oka-Kluver's shop. She had this window that you looked in and all this crazy stuff in there. And it looked like it was right there. But if you tried to walk through it, you bonk, but you couldn't see the window. And similarly, at the back of her shop, the whole back wall was a mirror, right? And so the curved part of the window that you couldn't see was a window. The other side was mirrored. So it was a one-way mirror. So when you look in there, you would see all that stuff going into infinity. And this store was like, so you walk in that store and it looked like it went forever, but it was actually only maybe 40 foot deep, but about 200 feet wide, right? And one was on a corner, so there was the curved glass all the way around, on the side over here and all of Lexington Avenue, and then there was a building, and there was a mirror over there. So everything was like a mirrored box in there, and it looked like it went forever. And where the door was, you couldn't see it either. But you had to know where it was, and there was no real door there. I mean, there was, but there wasn't, because you would just walk in, whether it was on a device that opened up before you got to it, or it was never there. But it was, when you got in there, it was never cold, even in the wintertime. The snow wasn't like rushing in there. So this was so Lexington Avenue is a very paranormal, parallel universe, So that's Lexington. I don't know what's on Lexington now, but even though the Third Avenue was skyscrapers all over the place, Fifth Avenue had all the Ritchie stuff, Park Avenue had all the Ritchie stuff, but Lexington Avenue was like certain parts looked like the 14th century, and that was my town. I grew up on Park Avenue and 69th Street, right? And the Council of Foreign Relations was on 69th and Park Avenue, right? And so it's like just down the street from Hunter College. And we were right across the street from Hunter College. And I would walk our dog. We lived in, what was it called? It was either the Manhattan House or the Imperial House. So those were the two places when I was between the age of 14 and 18, my parents lived. And my dad had two great apartments. The one in the Imperial House had two fireplaces, 21st floor, had amazing view of we had a balcony all around our apartment, and he was paying $600 a month rent, and no electric bill, no heating bill. You pushed a button, and they came and took your laundry and did it for you. There was a restaurant, there were 4 restaurants down below. It was like a hotel, but it was an apartment house. And in the, I guess it was 68, the thing went condo, right? And my father, I said, Dad, why don't you join the condo? Because the deal was, so by that time, he's paying $800 for this 4-bedroom, 2 fireplace, unbelievable living room, dining room, kitchen, a little apartment for the maids, plural, where my grandma would live. And I could have lived in the other one, but my parents said, oh, no, you sleep on the couch. I always got the short end of the stick of everything in my family. I mean, I had to wear, why I didn't get bothered with wearing girls' clothes is because my parents would give me my sisters, because my brother never quite fit me, right? My other 2 brothers. And one of them died, so I didn't get his clothes. But I got my sister's bike. I got, I didn't mind. I thought dresses were kind of cool. It was kind of breezy down there. It was nice. I liked it. So, and I wasn't even a close, I like girls, but wearing girls' clothes, I never understood that, like today, if I don't buy things at the thrift store, I will go to, one of the places I do go to. When I drive or go shopping, I'm very habitual, right? So I kind of drive into town. I drive first to and whenever I go into town, I just don't go shopping. I usually have 10 or 20 things to do, right? First, I'll go to Walmart's, because Walmart's is like really sucks, except they sell things. They have such a flow of things that at a certain point, that shirt or jacket or whatever that costs 40 or 50 bucks, they're now selling for $1 because they got to get rid of it to put the news, and especially women's clothes. Women have fashion. Guys' clothes all look the same. It's always the same crap. Girls' clothes, not every 3 weeks, it's a different fashion. So they got every 3 weeks to a month, they got to get rid of whatever was on sale, whatever was for 30 bucks. And else. So I buy women's shirts and pants, and it made out of really great materials, light and clinging and soft, and somehow it has space age materials that insulate you more than the stupid rawhide, Cargill, crappy, combo pants. Anyway, so that was my motif, has always been, and so. Whenever I'd walk around, people would kind of like go, and then they talk to me, and then you go, because I wasn't like autistic or insane or homeless. I was like, I'd always leave people going, huh. So that's how I got all these amazing teachers, because when they come and say, "So kid, what's up?" I tell them something. They go, "Well, I need you in my, you need to come to the university and be in my study carrel. Yes, you're 8 years old and everyone else in that study carrel is 23, but you're smarter than all of them put together. So I need you." And that's how you have to go through life. You have to, especially in employment, you have to be needed more by your employer than you need that job. I've never worked, and the few times I did work in a job like what am I doing here, I never lasted more than 6 hours to a week, right? I was on, when I was younger, like 16 to 20. I I was going to this prep school, but we were there all the time. So we didn't start, the school year didn't start till October 1st. And we got off a week before Christmas and didn't have to come back until the second week of January. And then we stayed there from January to May, May 1st, we went up because we were in school 24/7. That's what we lived there. We went to classes every day of the week, and so we did the states, however many hours they said we had to, so we had these chunks. We were there all the time, but then we had these big chunks. Like our summer was from May until October, because these rich people, went to France and, owned islands in the Caribbean and in the hot spot, and talking to aliens and stuff. And I used to go to their islands, like Perry Dye. When we graduated, there were only 30 of us in the class, our whole senior class, and we did not have a prom. What Perry did was he rented a 727, I think it was the Playboy Bunny aircraft, and he flew us to Santo Domingo, right, the other side of Haiti. And he had bought a brothel, top end, before Jeffy, he bought this brothel. And so we flew there, and for 3 weeks, it was right on the beach, and the food was amazing. And we each had like 6 girls, and it was like, most people have no idea how these guys live. And that was our prom, And don't believe a word I say. I've been talking now for 2 hours and 19 minutes. I've just given you a whole scroll of things, and I haven't even gotten to the things I started out with, right? Um, so from 16, when I learned how to get on, get on a train, in the summertime, yeah, and when I got thrown out of that school, and I was going to go to this other school, I had to go to summer school, and it was it was a Catholic. It was the same school that the nun choked me to death at, right near up the street from 34th Street, and it was really ridiculous because we went in there at 8 in the morning, and they called our names, and then we never did anything. They didn't have any classes. We didn't have any books. They called our names, right? And then at 3 o'clock, we would again be in this, we were supposed to be in this classroom for all those hours doing whatever, but they had nothing for us to do. So there was this red-haired girl, Mary Catherine Boylan, right? And her father was a doorman at a Park Avenue apartment house, right? And they had a really nice rent-controlled apartment that was part of Tudor City. And both her parents worked, right? And Tudor City was just 4 blocks from where this Catholic church was. So basically, first day I'm there, and she had her Catholic school. I mean, I was just wearing jeans and a shirt and my kicks, and that was about it. Baseball cap. And everybody else was kind of dressed up like a Catholic, but you didn't. It's summer school. You didn't have to wear that uniform. But all these other kids, were, we're going to this, Catholic, what do they call those things? Death camps? Okay, not quite that. Yes, it was a death camp for me. The first grade, the nun did crush my windpipe and break the orbit of my left eye and destroy my right ear, and broke all the teeth in my head and broke my jaw. Yes, I was sad. So I didn't die. So what's a concentration camp? That's the word, right? So those guys were all in their uniforms, and Miss Boylan, woo-wee, she had her skirt pulled up right to her hoo-hoo, like 6-8 inches above her kneecap, and she had long legs. She was screaming red hair, right? And so she, I come in, it's like everyone's scared to sit next to her. So the only when I was the last to show up, I walked in, and there's like really only one seat to sit, and I was next to her. And so I sat down, and she kind of looks at me and she goes, "You're my kind of guy." And I said, "And what kind of guy is that?" She goes, "You'll see later on today." So I'm like, okay. And I, already had, Gina Riley, my, my girls in public school, my sisters, the cadre, I knew what a hot chick was. This girl was. And so not a problem. Okay, sure. So the nun comes in, calls all our names, and walks out, right? Leaves us there, right? So it's like if we were there at 8:30, the nun walks out at 8:55, and Ms. Boylan goes, "Come on out, let's go." I said, "Where are we going? We have to." She says, "No, no one's gonna. No. Do you want to stay here, sit at this chair all day long, or you want to go have some fun?" I said, "Fun with you, fun." I used to call her B, because I couldn't quite get the whole Irish double first name thing out, so I just called her B. She liked that. She liked the fact I called her B. So anyway, we kind of stroll back to Tudor City, which is right across the street from. There's a nice park in front. There's 4 buildings that were Tudor City, and it was built with like state money, but privately owned. So it was like one of those mixed things. So there were working class people there, but there were also, not wealthy, but well-to-do, doctors, lawyers, Indian chiefs, not so much, real estate royalty. But anyway, they had a very nice place, and it faced the river and the park, and it was about on the 12th floor. And she had grown up there, and because her father was a doorman, all the people who worked there, the elevator operator guys, everybody, they were like family, right? They were all Irish. They were all coming from that class of people. And B was like everyone's dream, wet dream, or wish their daughter was like her, because she's really smart. Obviously, she's going to do something amazing, because she was already doing stuff amazing. I mean, she had gigs, she was selling, buying, she was doing all kinds of stuff. She had businesses going. This girl was on top of it. Anyway, so we go up to her family's apartment, and very nice. We go into the kitchen. She, what do you want? You want an omelet? You want a grilled cheese? I said, well, what are you going to have? She goes, you love my grilled cheese. And her and her mother were bakers, and that was one of the things she was selling. She would go up to, her daddy's Park Avenue. She was selling, pies and cookies and cakes. She was like the Girl Scout cookies, right? And so she had this unbelievable bread that was designed just right for a grilled cheese, and she would slice it real thin. And the grilled cheese would go out and caramelize a whole edge around the grilled cheese. So every part of that sandwich was crunchy. It was just. And so we have that. And she brings out Patty's Irish. The first time I ever had Patty's Irish whiskey. She makes some really good coffee. And she has eggnog, right? It's like summertime. Where do you get eggnog in the summer? I mean, but because of her connects in the dairy industry, she had eggnog. She goes, my mother loves this, and it's great. And so she had the stuff you put into coffee to make an Irish coffee, then eggnog, and then that much Patty's Irish whiskey, which is like best. And they didn't sell it in America because it was being made by the IRA, and that was their gun money. They'd sell alcohol, and that was their gun money. So anyway, in America, it was illegal. I think it was more of a criminal offense than having heroin, right? So anyway, they had a whole closet full of this. And so we had 2 of these Irish whiskeys that were like, and she goes, do you like smoking pot? Now, I had worked in rock and roll clubs, and I've been, I was up in Harlem. I knew all these, R&B and jazz musicians who were famous. And so I've been around that stuff, and, contact high, I knew what it tasted like. I, smelled it. It had been in my lungs, but I never did that. And that's what she did. This is how you do it. And then she'd go, if you don't cough, you don't get off. So, and it made me quite frisky. And so she goes, and that's the word she used. So after I had the grilled cheese and my tummy was full, and drank that unbelievable Irish coffee, and I really had it. And I don't drink. I don't do, but I did it with her. And it was just everything. And that was the beauty of this girl. And this is what she taught me, was timing. Everything is timing. Now, I had a pretty ingrained, born with sense of timing, but she was an artist at it. And so she, we first had the grilled cheese. First, we leave school 10 minutes after the nun leaves, right? And she had this ear that she could hear anything going on or trouble or anything. So, the nun went out and she goes, so we're going to leave. I said, we leave now? No, not yet. No, 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 not yet. Not yet. 10 minutes go by. She goes, now. We get up and we just kind of, she goes, I'm going to walk out. As soon as I'm out the door, you walk out. We're not going to go out together. I'll go out. You count 1, 2, 1,000, 2, 1,000, 3, 1. You get up and walk out. I will be at the end of the hallway, just going into the doorway of the stairwell as you come out this door. She had it all. Perfect timing. So, 1,000, 2, 1,000, 3, get up, walk out there. And yep, she's just going in that door. So I kind of lay, and there's nobody in the hallways. There's nobody around. And she said, just walk, on your left, close to the wall. And I did. And all those doors were closed. The other ones, there were a couple open ones, but no one can see me. So I walked close to the left wall, saw the doorway she went into, went down that. She was waiting for me at the thing. And, I go down one set of stairs. She's at that not at the next door, but right at that thing where the stair goes this way. And she come over here, and she just plants one on me and she grabs the back of my neck and just smooches me. Now, Gina was a pretty good smoocher and had her hands all over me. And so I knew it. But this girl was like, every place she touched it was like the perfect moment. And she was the guy. I was the girl. And after she finished planting her tongue down, past my tonsils, and she took my hand, she goes, I like you. You're really sweet. You're a good kisser. Did anyone ever tell you you're a good kisser? I said, well, I've been not told, but I kind of thought it was by just how much the people I kissed. I mean, I didn't know how to do it, but they did. And I was following. She goes, yes, you follow the lead. So we're going to be a great team. You just follow my lead. And that's when I was saying, I just kind of do. She goes, yes, you follow the lead. So I was her girlfriend, her bitch. But I had equipment she liked, So we went back to her place. The guy brought her up and just smiled at me and kind of went like this when we got off at her floor. And then she made me the grilled cheese, and then we had the Irish whiskey, and then she looked at me, and after I coughed my lungs out, I was tearing and everything was blurry. She said, so you feel frisky? And Gina used to use that term too. These Irish girls, kind of ran in their culture. And I said, and she goes, no problem. No one's coming home until 6, and we have to go back to school. We have to leave here at 2:30, and it's 11:25. We got a lot of time, buddy. And so she took me into the shower, and she goes, we have to have good hygiene. And so she soaped me up like a soap bubble, and then made me squeaky clean. And then we went into her parents' bedroom because they had this gigantic, really amazing bed. And she had this almost cell bed, which was she shared with her 2 sisters. And it was the first time I ever saw a triple-decker bunk bed. And she said, I have the top one, so we're not using that. So I said, we're going to be in your parents' bed? Yeah, no problem. Because we went in there, and it was pretty obvious that those parents, all they did was have sex in that bed. They never mated. I mean, maybe every week they changed the linen, but it was just like, a fun zone in there. There were toys all over the place. And that was the first time I ever saw girl toys and boy toys. And that's what she used to call me, her boy toy. And so she inaugurated me into the wild and woolly, liberated. I thought Gina was liberated. This girl was, and a rocket scientist. And Gina was smart, but she was still a princess. She played that princess. She was like the rebel with a cause, So, and she was going to have as much fun as she could. And then when she was going to, she hit that real age to get married, she was going to go fishing for the whale and reel him in and take his money and then be free to do whatever the crack she wanted. And she did just that. And Gina and I stayed pretty good buddies for another 15, 20 years. You know, she went on to college. She found the whale who was like 30 years older than her. And, you know, and that was the guy her father wanted her to, you know, that rich family to marry into. But he was thinking of the grandson, and she married the grandfather and he was so proud. I remember having a Thanksgiving dinner with Gina when, you know, the guy was dead for 5 years, and it was Thanksgiving, and we were in our, I'd come back from New Mexico, so I was probably 24, 25, and I'd known Gina's father since, you know, high school, you know, and he liked me a lot, but that first time I went to visit them, and they let me, you know, she's a junior in high school, I'm a freshman, and they let me sleep in her bed. That's how, you know, progressive they were. They were progressive Catholics. and her father said, "So you got any raincoats?" And I said, "Oh," and I explained to him how I understood reproduction, and I did it in my scientist way. And he first had this look like, huh. And I just, and then he started laughing hysterically. He said, "Son, I you know, if you had lots of money, I would want you to be my son-in-law. But as my my princess's paramour, you are perfect. You know, you are perfect. You know, I might even have to, you know, once you get a bit, I never got tired of Gina, but there were times where I got scared. You know, she did things that were like, because she was, you know, a rich guy's princess, and she got out of everything. Now, I understood how things rolled, that I may not get that kind of, you know, I would get the blame, right? And I would end up in, you know, prison. But so there were times when she did, you know, Gina, no, we can't do that. No, come on. I said, come on, Gina. No. Oh, come on. So I finally, you know, when, you know, she would, you know, get me frisky enough, and she could get out of anything. I mean, we were in a couple of very compromising situations, let's put it that way. And she, you know, I didn't end up in prison, you know, because I'm pretty good at being invisible. So she would take lead, point, and she would distract. I would like get out of there and have the motor running, and she would talk her way out of it, and we'd be gone. And whereas B, like I said, she was a rocket scientist, brain surgeon, you know, ready to rule the world. And she loved everything about me. And she said, you know, we will be friends and paramours. She loved that word, paramours. And I don't, you know, you're my first real paramour, you know, because all the boys and men in my life, I've pretty much eaten alive and discarded in the trash can. That's never going to be you. And so every woman I ever had in my life, pretty much that was them, right? Every friend I ever had, that was them, because men and women, I'm a, what do you call that? Polyamorous guy. I love everyone. Now, I don't want to have sex with guys. You know, it's never that. And I like wearing dresses, but not as a girl, but as a guy, right? And just to make people go, huh? Because that's part of my shtick, is to make people go, huh? That's why you watch this channel. And I keep saying, don't believe a word I say. So B and I had a great summer. And then I went off to, you know, the Winchington School for Boys, which was, so I did not have to go to, you know, he went through summer school, but I didn't, you know, spend a minute doing anything summer schoolish. And once I got there, and there were all these very interesting teachers who wanted to really be Mr. Chips, and really, and I had read, I could read Latin and Greek, and now I still had issues with talking, but I was an amazing listener, and I only spoke when I had something really to say that would get people's attention, and I would, practice it in my head to hear how it sounds, so I wouldn't stutter and I wouldn't just whisper like this, or kind of, you know, I think you've listened to me enough to realize that yes, what happened to me in first grade still affects my talking, because there's certain consonants and vowels and words that I can't quite get out my mouth because it's not shaped right. Even though I wore this helmet that kind of squished my face to be okay, that a few centimeters here and there, and that certain things are, it's not just that it got squished this way, it got squished this way and squished this way and squished this way. And so, yeah, it kind of went back together pretty good, but I still have these ridges up here. Let's see if you can see them. Let's see. See those ridges? Up here, along here, and across here. Let's see. Can you see them? I can't see them. There's a couple over here, a couple over here, a couple here, a couple here. Well, those are all scars where my cranial cup kind of was like doing this, right? And they kept having to judge this helmet, so they didn't want to do surgery like they normally did, was like hit your head with a sledgehammer, break it up, and kind of stick it into pieces. But they were constantly kind of, so the little sutures in my head kind of started to do this, and they'd squeeze it that. And so, yes. And it had effect on how I see, how I hear, and how I speak. But that's what makes me me, right? And so, and I don't complain about it. I see it as everything that ever happened to me has been a blessing, because I learned from it, right? And it gave me opportunities I would not have been taught by those Marinols. I would not have lived in St. Patrick's, and I would not have had, I had an education that most king's children don't have. And then I went to this public school that was an amazing probably the best public school on the planet, because it was an experimental school. They weren't stuck in any federal or state protocol. We were all lab rats, and they were trying all these amazing things on us to see what worked and what made a better, because we were cross-cut. This demographic of this school system wasn't just poor people, wasn't just middle class people, wasn't just upper middle class or just rich. I mean, we had everybody in it, and to be in that environment from third grade to eighth grade was quite, and to have these amazing teachers and an amazing school system, and so I've had a great blessing my whole frigging life. And lots of people see it from the being, hung up on fire pipes and beat unconscious, broken legs and ribs. A lot of people, I was made fun of in fifth grade by my gym teacher. Ooh, boo-hoo, and I'm 72 now, and that's all I can think about. Sorry, our lives are meant to be lived. The past is gone. Now you can remember things, you can have memories that are good. You can have memories that you learned something from. I won't do that again. Or, hey, this worked out pretty good. Like B teaching me about timing, why I am Mr. Timing. I learned from her, because I followed her suit from day one. Hey, you want to get out of here and go have some fun? Because, I can't do that. Oh, no, I have to stay here and sit in the seat for the next 6 hours. No. I said, what fun? Okay, sure. I like you. And she just, the next thing out of her mouth was, just follow my lead. And the whole time I knew her for 20 years, that's all I ever did was follow her lead. One reason I made some money on Microsoft, we were going out to lunch, and she was going on, I hear, and she was another person who kind of was one of my teachers about looking at trends, right? And that's what she did for J.P. Morgan and Company, right? And that's how she went to Oxford to study international business. She was the daughter of a doorman, and she went to Oxford, right? So because she had She had been working like me since we were 9 years old, making money, doing stuff, having her own businesses, doing all this stuff. And she sold to the rich. So at one point, some guy said, I've known you since you were like 8. And all you do is you are an amazing business person. I want you to be, come to my business and apprentice. And then, I'm going to send you up to, John Hopkins. She went to John Hopkins and then to England, Oxford, right? And anyways, we were having lunch and she was talking about Microsoft. And she goes, do you have any money? And I said, well, I just finished a gig. I probably have $2,000. And she said, okay, give it to me. I'm going to invest it for you. So she not only took my $2,000, but she took about 10 other people's $2,000, put it together, and she doubled that, tripled it. Then she took it out and bought something else, took it out, bought something else. And then she bought Microsoft when it collapsed. It was going up, 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 up. It kind of went this way. She bought it down there for all of us. And by that time, my $2,000 was like $6,000. And so when how old was I? I was about 22. She gave me $18,000. In like less than a year and a half, she went from $2,000 to $18,000. And she said, so I can take this out now. And the way I've set it up, I'm going to keep a certain amount over here, but I'm going to use that. But it will be in there in your name, so you won't have to pay taxes on this. But you can give the $18,000 back to me, and I'll pretty much make you $50,000 in another 2 years. And I wanted to do a little traveling. And $18,000 in 1974 could get you around in the right style of living. So but she did that 2 or 3. She bought Apple for me, and without me giving her any money, she gave me here's $7,000 worth of Apple. Do you want to? And I needed it then, and so I didn't need the whole thing. So I let her keep 3 of it, and I took 4 and used it for what I needed it for. And then she made another big chunk. And she goes, I'm going to sell all my Apple because Apple is going to crash. And but then I'm going to buy a lot more Apple because it's going to go out the universe. And so she sold my little chunk just before it crashed, and I made another nice little pile. So that's the kind of friend you want. She never asked anything from me other than to follow her lead. And that's every time I was with her, that's all I did. And we had so much fun. Even when we got into our 30s and we both had significant others. But I was still married to my first wife, but I already knew once we got back from Australia and once I did, I want a house out in the country with a picket fence and I want this. And I went and did all of that. And I did it following my friends, follow my lead in a way that was no big hassle. And my first wife was like annoyed about that, that I got her everything she wanted in the material sense. And I took care of her in the safety sense. And I supported her in everything she did. I was never jealous or, I just, in the art sense, I was in the art world. So I opened every door so she could become famous, and she is. She's now very famous, artist / photographer. She's, in the who's who and the what's what, and she's on Wikipedia and all of this stuff. And what's sad is she had a really interesting life up until she's about 40. I mean, she did just amazing things. And, 8 of those years, she was with me. And we did amazing things. That's the thing I love to do with people is to do things together where their lead and my lead come together to make something greater than all of us were. Like B, I was Mr. Scientist. I was involved in all these very esoteric entities. And I knew lots of rich people and lots of, so I was her connective tissue to a lot of things. And then once she got through the door, I was one of my, you know, skill sets is to open the hard door to open for other people. I open it for them and say, go on in, do your best. And I love doing that, right? And I love seeing my friends and people I love succeed, right? And so my first wife, you know, she did a lot of things that a lot of my friends were annoyed at her for because, you know, they saw it as hurting me or being, you know, mean to me or any of the above. Well, it wasn't, because it didn't affect me. It affected her in a negative way. And in a lot of ways, that's why everything from her birth to when she was 40, when you look at Wikipedia, they don't talk about that. And we did some pretty amazing things, right? I mean, we had shows at the Whitney. We had we had a photo studio together called DNA, Donna and Albert, right? And that's not on her resume at all, right? We went and lived in Australia, and we did some of the greatest. She never shows those photos. Some of the best photos she ever took. And what's truly interesting, she was more a Ansel Adams kind of. She went to the art students, well, the arts, the big art school in San Francisco, and she got her undergraduate and her master's in at that it's like the Harvard of art schools in California. And she was Annie Leibowitz's first assistant. All those pictures of all the rock and roll guys, Don was right there lighting it. And she was the Albert Einstein of the darkroom when it was back in the day of chemicals. And she was the Rolling Stones #1. She was head of their darkroom. I mean, she had done amazing things. It's not even in her Wikipedia thing at all. And she felt that all of that up to then, she didn't want anyone to know about or even remember, right? But what's very interesting is that if you go on her website or go to Wikipedia and look her up, all her photographs look like mine, because she went from the Ansel Adams of like that kind of view to the kind of personal photography I do. I mean, I talk to people, get into their aura, their heart, and then I say, can I take a few pictures of you? I'll give you a copy. And that's like me being a shrink saying, let me read your palm, you know? When I say, I'll give you a copy of those, and I always do, right? And then people let me into their lives to photograph the crap out, because I gave them those first 10 pictures of them or their family or their kids. I give them 3 or 4 copies of each picture. And they're like little tears rolling, because these are amazing. I caught them, their kids, their family, their life. And it's like, wow. And now Don's photography, at least the stuff I've seen in Wikipedia, I don't know what she's doing this minute, but that's her style of photography, meaning mine. I mean, she got sick and tired because when we had shows, we never put like, this is Al's photo, this is Don's photo. We just put DNA. But you could tell the difference. This looked like Ansel Adams. This looked like me, you know, hanging off a tree upside down, high on acid, you know, wearing my pajamas. And now that's her photo style. It's quite interesting. So that brings, I'm not angry. And everything she did was like a great story, right? Everything she did that most people go, oh, that was a terrible thing. It never affected me in a negative way, right? And not much does. And if it is a negative, like, you know, getting beat to death by a nun and a Jesuit priest, I see it as a good thing, because all these other things that happened afterwards would have never happened if that 5 minutes of torture didn't happen. And most time, you know, when that first punch the nun gave me, I was unconscious. You know, I did not wake up until, 4 days later, you know, when, you know, my jaw was wired shut and everything was bandaged, and I was, you know, high on Demerol. And I heard in dream state these 2 nuns going, well, when he is, you know, when he comes out of it and his head shrinks, we're going to give him a lobotomy. And I was like, you know, and that's when, Dr. black Dr. Teresa came like a Wonder Woman, flew into that room, grabbed me out of the bed, and took me down the stairs to her waiting limousine, and she was running a hospital in New York, and so she was the one who saved my life at birth. Right, she was the one. These two male doctors were trying to pull me out of my mother's uterus with salad tongs, and the umbilical was wrapped around my head, and they were about to pop my little head off like a tick, and she pushed them out of the way, pushed me back in her uterus, put her hands inside and moved me around and untwirled that and took me out and delivered me, and then took me into this room that she was designing for babies born under stress. So they didn't even have incubators in those days, not like she had. And so she had this one, and it was like an oxygen incubator, and she had me on a drip of this jungle juice that she made that replenished my electrolytes and did things to me so I wouldn't be brain dead, and she saved my life. And then from then until when the nun, I was always sick, especially on my birthday. I would get pneumonia, and she would come and take care of me. And she was like one of my mothers. She was really tight with my grandmother and my Aunt Gracie. And when I lived in New York, she was right there. I would stay with her, be with her. She was another person who turned me on to really amazing people who became my teachers. So I've had all of these, again, timing, not worrying about anything. Faith in love's co-creation has created this guy right here, your Sensei Al Bob. And don't believe a word I say, right? These are just stories for your entertainment. And have you been entertained? What do you think, guys? Has this been fun so far? So, again, I haven't even got to where I started, right? And that's how these threads work. So, I graduate high school, and because that headmaster hated my guts so much, and I was, I almost burned his house down, but I was a hero. I saved it from burning down. Yes, it covered the inside. It smelled like a burnt sock for the rest of his life that he lived there, so he couldn't forget me. But the house didn't burn down, and he didn't get any insurance. They came in, so there's no real, the fire trucks didn't come. There's no water damage. There's no everything that's on your insurance. Yeah, we'll pay for a paint job, but that's about it. We'll put a new window in there, but that's nothing else. And he wanted like the whole house to be, sorry, not gonna happen. The other thing, so my buddy and I were in charge of the yearbook and everything photographic of that school, and we made sure every picture of he and his family looked like they were either vomiting or they were wearing their underpants on their head, we did that's where I really learned how to photograph people and make them look unbelievably bad, or because once you learn how to make someone look unbelievably bad, you can make them look unbelievably great, right? So I learned that skill using my headmaster, and we would play pranks on him, right? And then take pictures like, the snake that's in a can of cheese, and you take the lid off and it's got a spring and it springs out. We give him that, we put that on his dining room table at an event, and he would like open it up and it would spring out, and the soup would go in his lap, and and then put that in the newspaper and the yearbook. We were, so he had a good reason to like hate my guts. But, again, I was learning how to navigate through these kind of situations, right? So you kind of have to, as B would say, follow my lead. So what happens after this is, and so this, there was these two schools. The one he wanted to be like Deerfield, and the one we were doing, it was like being Goodbye, Mr. Chips. And we had an underground literary magazine, newspaper, and we did theater, and we would kind of do it there, but then we would go into Boston, and I think it was Boston College of Music or someplace like that, music and art and music and theater, someplace that the Columbia Broadcasting nonprofit institute had their seat there, and they had competitions for theater and poetry and radio and writing for middle school, high school, college, right? And you could get money and go on to college or school and blah blah blah. Get notoriety, so then maybe you get an apprentice with somebody. So our literary magazine and our newspaper and our theater thing won for our junior year and our senior year. And we had Columbia Broadcasting send the plaques and all that stuff to that theater teacher lady who married the really rich guy, and then he died, and everything was sent to her. But once he died, and she didn't have to stay at that school in that semester, and she split, right? And so that summer, she went to the end of summer. Then she didn't stay there. She went on to Paris. She had millions of dollars. She didn't care. And her favorite class was us. So we were out of that school. So any reason for her to be there was gone. And all of those awards went to the school, and the headmaster saw it, and he was livid because the stuff that we were portraying with the school name on it was like super, beyond liberal, truth. It was like, beyond liberal is truth, beyond progressive truth. We were, our especially our literary magazine with the art and the photographs and everything we had was like, and we, in our senior year, we had the best of we called it the Horses Airs series. We had about 20 pictures in that, two literary magazines, the fall and the spring. We had about 32 pictures in all of our headmaster looking like an ass, and his wife looking like a demon seed, and their two sons looking like all three Stooges. So the reason why I almost went to Vietnam was that headmaster, because I won all these awards through Columbia Broadcasting, I got a lot of offers to go to colleges, really good colleges, right? Juilliard, Hofstra, Princeton, they have a pretty good theater department. Yale, they have a pretty good theater department. BU, and Stanford, right? They all said, "Hey, we want you to come here," and they sent these letters to the school, and they went to the headmaster, and he just shredded them. So they got no, mention, no anything from me. Now the lady at Juilliard, I had actually known her because by that time I was working for Herbert Berghoff and Uda Hagen at HB Studios over in the West Village. And she was on their board, and I was their technical director. I was making their scenery and their lighting, and I built them a black box. And so her name was, what was her name? It'll pop into my mind. But she basically got a hold of me like on Easter weekend and said, "Listen, I sent you not only an application, but a letter saying you're in this school. But it had to be signed by your headmaster, or at least signed by you, saying you wanted to go to the school." Well, I heard nothing from it. And then I talked to 3 other people who sent your school, and they heard nothing from it. And then we, because of the way the Vietnam War was going, we checked your draft status. And once you graduate high school, you got 3 months to get into a college, or you're going to Vietnam, buddy. And I said, "What? No one told me this." And she goes, "Do you want to go to, Juilliard or Hofstra?" And I said, "And not go to Vietnam?" "Yeah." So she pulled out this paper. She signed here. I signed there. And then she wrote a really nasty letter to the headmaster, and she got the other 4 guys, the guy from Stanford, the guy from Yale, saying that he was going to be known as the worst human for culture and art in the universe. And this guy, my rich classmates had because their parents were on the board, they fired his ass. Get out of that isn't your house. It belongs to school. Get out. You didn't save anything. Get out. And by the way, the car you're driving is ours. Get out. He had to walk with he and his wife and his 2 moron boys had to, go live in the shelter. And that was a good thing, And I didn't end up in Vietnam. I ended up at Hofstra University. But by then I was like building nightclubs and fancy restaurants and had a big loft in New York City in Soho and worked for Lester Polikoff, the most famous scenic designer in New York at the time. He did Cat on a Hot Tin Roof and Streetcar Named Desire, and you name it, he did it, right? And he was Joe Melziner's best boy. And Joe Melziner was the guy who invented modern, he brought electricity to a theater. Before then, they were using candles and gas. So that's my lineage from my pedigree from theater. June, her name was right on the tip of my tongue. It disappeared. But anyway, so I went to Hofstra, and I had a great girlfriend there, and she was the daughter of the lady who was the secretary of the president of the school. So she ran the school, so I could do anything the frick I wanted to. And the guys, Hofstra was a very Jewish school, and pretty much these boys go to be doctors and lawyers. But it's a pretty good liberal arts school. I had a very good theater department. I could remember her name. Marion Tulin was her name. Marion Tulin, who was on the board of Lincoln Center and ran the Hofstra University. And she also had a big chunk of Juilliard and a few other things. She was really in the theater lineage. Anyway, and that's the girl you want on your side in the theater. So my girlfriend was in the theater department, and she was gorgeous and brilliant. She knew 7 languages. What was her name? She was another Irish girl, another redhead, but more, blondish, brown, red. Right? Really gorgeous, beautiful, brilliant. Like I said, 7 languages. Her one foible was she always had, I don't know why really great women do this, but have the biggest jerks for their boyfriends who screw them over, cheat, lie, steal, knock them up, give them venereal diseases, the worst of the worst. And they always go for these guys. And so when I went to this school, and Marion kind of said, you need to go talk to Mrs. Cassidy, that was her name. And that was Eileen's mom. So go talk to her, and I want you to, make her like you, because for some reason she doesn't like me, and I need her to be on my side for me to do what I want to do here in the theater department and with Hofstra University. I said, okay, not a problem, Marion. I'll get right on it. So I went over there and schmoozed her, and Miss Cassidy said, listen, I have a daughter. And I want, she always has the worst, since grammar school, she has had the worst boyfriends. And now she's stuck on this guy, and they've broken up. Twice she tried to commit suicide. Again, all these names are a chains to protect the innocent. And anyway, and don't believe a word I say. So, so she kind of, and she slid me in there when the girl was on the dumps, and this girl was in the theater department. So I kind of knew her, but then her mother made sure that I was strategically there at a certain moment. And I said, hey, what are you doing now? You want to go do something? You want to go? And her mother told me, I don't know why, but she loves to go bowling. Whenever she's really depressed, bowling is the thing that cheers her up. She's really good at it. She's been good at it from the first day that she, did it as a little girl, and she loves bowling. And so I was there for doing something for Marion. I just happened to be there strategically when she was there, and we started talking. We kind of hit it off, and I said, "What are you doing now? Let's go have some fun." She was fun. I said, "Yeah, let's go bowling. I love to bowl." She goes, "You love to bowl?" I said, "Yeah, I love bowling. I suck at it, but I love it. It just makes me so happy." She goes, "Me too. I don't know why it makes me happy." I said, "Well, let's go bowling." So that was it. So there was the moron guy was out of the window. And so we went to theater school together. So that first semester, it was like Romeo and Juliet. We just had the most fun. We did pieces together. We wrote things together. I support, she was studying. She was really a language major, but theater was like a language. So that was her secondary thing. And she was also taking pre-law. It's like this girl was just brilliant. And so bottom line, so for a whole year, it was just bliss. And she was so happy. And we would walk into a room and everyone would be happy. Right? And her mother just loved me. And because I did this with her daughter and it made her mother just love me, Marion got everything she wanted. He became best friends with the lady who ran the whole school. So her budget went up and everything she wanted to do. So it was like you couldn't have had a better freshman year. And I knew all about how to go to school. I mean, I had already studied everything they wanted me to study already. I didn't have to read the books. I read them 4 times already. I knew them. I could say them in Latin, And so I was, 4.0 guy, and I was in this dorm. So the school's all Jewish, right? But its major thing is to turn out lawyers, doctors, and other institutional, people in control. And so there was this group of young Italian Catholic boys that went to the school that were studying computer science, business, and law. And the 8 of them were big-time mobster sons, right? And they were high up, and their daddies were all made men, but they weren't like the Godfather, but they were, and so they were like positioned in a good place where it was like, being head of a bank, yes, a mob bank, but still not like shooting people, but you had to know all this other stuff. And so my mom, I was still trying to think of, okay, I have to, because I always have plan A, B, C, D, E, F, G, right? I just don't have one plan. I have lots of plans. Because you always got to have, if that doesn't work, you can't go, oh my God, you have to, okay, plan B. So if that doesn't work, plan C, so I always have up to about G, right? And if it gets up to E, I start planning more plans, right? Because doctor do no harm, don't get involved unless you've got a workable exit strategy to protect and save the innocent, and don't get involved unless you're going to learn something. So you need more than one plan to do that. So it's Garden City is where Hofstra is, or near Garden City. So when I went off to college, it was like it looked like I was on the cover of Catcher in the Rye. They had sent me this little packet of, and that summer I was working for the Boys Athletic League, trying to get enough, social credits to show that I shouldn't go to Vietnam, that I'm more like this social guy, and that I wouldn't be good in the Army, and I don't, and I had a pretty strong pedigree from that Catholic seminary of not following the rules. It's like, okay, so, but I was in college, and I was, as long as I stayed in college, I wasn't going to Vietnam. But so fall semester, amazing. Spring semester, amazing. And I got a gig at the radio station at that college, and another gig, and it was right on the Long Island Railroad. I could just zip right into New York and work in all the theaters and other stuff I was doing. And I had my loft in New York City. And so anyway, and my sweetie, Eileen, she just loved that I was the dude. All these nightclubs, all these places. I go up to Harlem. She loved jazz music, and we'd be the only two white people, and we were like, everyone knew my name and knew me, and it was like that scene out of Goodfellas, when whatever his name takes his Jewish girlfriend to the thing, and they put the thing right in front of Tony Bennett, and Tony goes, "Hey, how you doing?" That was me, and so she just loved that, right? So. All of that's going on. And so the beginning of my freshman year, what happens is working at this camp with all these ghetto kids, and I'd done that, and it was run by the IBEW, the union I belonged to. And I was the youngest guy involved in the social stuff of my union. The rest of my union brothers were only about the Benjamins. Anyway, so I am up there in Bear Mountain, stuck between West Point and Bear Mountain, and right on the tank range, and that's another. I'll tell you another story about that, and I've told stories about that, but I've been here for 3 hours, and I haven't even gotten to the point where I started from, right? So, and this is what you call entertainment. So anyway, I was at that camp doing this, and that's when the big packet came from Hofstra about, so what is yours, who do you want your roommate to be? Are you a smoker, not a smoker? What do you eat? Blah, blah, blah. They wanted to know all that kind of stuff, right? And so my mother said, and this is a 100% Jewish school, she said, my son has to be with Catholic boys. Well, they're like, there's a school of 30,000. There were like 25 Catholic boys, and they were all these mobsters' sons, and they were all studying computer science, law, and business, right, and economics. And so, then they sent that to me, and my mom filled it all out and sent it back to them, what she wanted me to be in, right? And so when I got back from camp about a week before I was going to college, they sent me an envelope and said, okay, you're going to be living in this dorm. This is the number of your room. This is the courses you're going to be taking. And, if you've got a car, here's going to be your parking thing, and not have a car. So, and they gave me a little cap of the Hofstra thing that, made everyone know that you were a freshman. So all the guys who had fraternities could try to rush you, right? So the day comes, I'm supposed to show up to, my parents do not take, they're busy. I'm going to go on a Saturday, and that Friday, my mom has packed my little suitcase. And I mean, it was like a little suitcase like this. And my dad gave me $10. The train from New York to, Garden City was like $3. He goes, you can keep the change. And that was my dad. He was, he kept saying, when I die, you'll all be millionaires. Well, he spent every nickel he had. My sisters, the last year and a half before, they called me up once. Are they dead yet? Are they dead yet? Where's mom's diamonds? My mom lost. She threw them all away. She would wrap them up in toilet paper. My dad, the Virgo that he was, couldn't stand a mess. So he instead of squishing the toilet paper to see what was in there, he would just throw that $20,000 diamond ring in the garbage pail. Right? So I hope some garbage man found that and sent his kids to college. So anyway, I show up there, and I, go to the building, and the school, has just, and they put it in the thing where they're going to have co-ed dorms. And my mom says, no, he has to be only with Catholic boys and only in a boys' dormitory, no girls, right? And so what happens is the co-ed dorms were these dorms that they built 3 of these high-rise 20-story dormitories, and they had 2 elevators, right? And they had a girls' elevator and a boys' elevator. Girls were all the odd numbered floors, and the boys were all the evens. So to use that elevator, you had to swipe your little card. And this is 1968. This was like super high tech, a swiping card, and it would take you to the floor you're supposed to go, right? So I go in this building, and my ID card is not like, it doesn't have a swipey thing on it, and it doesn't even have my picture on it, and it looks like it was like done in crayon. Anyway, so but it says what floor I'm going to. It says 22nd floor, right? And the numbered ones on my card, on my thing, it said 22nd floor, but on the elevator there are only 21 numbers, and then it said penthouse. So I said, these 22, I guess it's penthouse. Hit penthouse. Whoop, up to penthouse. And this whole dormitory is all boys. So it's not odds or even. And they don't have a guard at the door, where all the co-ed dorms have, a guard at the door, and you can't get to the elevators unless you show your little swipey card. And you can't visit anyone in those things, right? So, but in this dorm that all boys, it's like, there's no guard, no nothing. People can come in, go any time of day they want. And so I hit basically penthouse, go all the way up there, and I look like Holden Caulfield, right? Got my little suitcase, I got my little beanie on, and I'm wearing, and normally I just wear jeans, t-shirt, and my kicks, and I'm wearing my squeaky leather shoes, my black pants, my white shirt, and a jacket, right? And I go all the way up there, door opens, and there's maybe 300 people, and there's this big space, and there's windows all on 3 sides, right? And half of it, just where the elevators is, there is no windows, but there's windows everywhere, and there's like a bar. I mean, like restaurant bar over here. And on the other wall, there is a, this stove, sink, big refrigerator, and cabinets and dishes and cups and silverware and everything. It's like a restaurant. It's got tables and couches all over the place, and a fireplace in the middle, right? And I'm looking around, half the people are naked having sex on the couches. And the door opens and people are fornicating everywhere, right? Thank God for my mother. Because the only reason I was there is that she said he has to be in a all boys, dormitory, and only being with Catholic boys. Well, these were all mobsters. And half of them had been there for 3 years, and they were computer, wizards. And that school had just put everything they had on computer. And all of those guys ran and programmed all the school's computers. So they took over that penthouse, right? Because they could, because everything's run by this computer. They started a whole department called Dr. Bellows Nomadic Institute, and got the school to pay for it, and have 4 professors that got $30,000 a year, which the boys put in their pocket. And they also controlled the computer that documented the grades of the students. So all those nice Jewish boys who wanted to go on to a nice Jewish medical school, or a Jewish law school, or prestigious one or the other, they would sell them A's for $15,000 an A. And when some institution or business would write that school for their records, it would go through the computer and spit it out. But when a teacher who knew the kid got a D, and he would put it in the computer, it would spit out the D. So these guys were making close to $1 million a semester. And I was a freshman. They were all juniors. And and seniors and a couple of sophomores, but 3 of the sophomores, they came up there and freaked out and ran away. I mean, they were Catholic. They weren't quite Italian. And, they freaked and went and said, I need a room someplace else, So I got off and it was like Alice in Wonderland. I kind of walked in there with my little suitcase and my little beanie. And this guy came over and he looked like Otter from Animal House. And this place was so far above Animal House and so far way off the hook from what Animal House was. This was like unbelievable, right? It was like heaven and hell put together. And that's another story I have, because what's going on with, heaven and hell, everything we think we know about our spirituality is so off the hook, so non-existent, so we're being played. But that's for another show, because I'm already into 3 hours. We might even have a record here, because I haven't even gotten to the place where I wanted to start at, So I go into, I get up the elevator, and this guy who's like Otter from, he's like really suave and bob, and he looks like, Otter and Hugh Hefner together, and he's not naked, but he was sitting over on the couch with like 3 naked girls on either side who were kissing him and arranging his body parts. And he kind of stood up and like, straightened things out and comes up and goes, oh, so you're Al. I hear that you're going to be one of us. And I said, I look to follow in your footsteps. And he smiles and goes, you sound like one of us. You're not a, your rules kind of guy, but you can see which way it's going, and you're going to go with the flow and add your positive points. We're looking for people who really shine at this. We're not looking just for somebody who's, going along to get along and be a drag. We want you to be the best you can be. I said, that's me, buddy. And he goes, well, your room is just down the hall. And it's, and I knew what number it was. And he goes, all of our rooms are for 2 people, but as long as we don't need to, everyone gets their own room. And these were pretty big rooms, compared to what I had in prep school. This was like, a classroom. I was and windows everywhere, and the view, because Long Island's flat. I mean, New York was right there, 30 miles away, but it was right there. And the Atlantic Ocean was over there, and the Long Island Sound was over there. And it was pretty freaking amazing. And I had my own bathroom. I had my own wash, a little room by itself with a toilet and a sink. But there was, at either end, there was a bathroom that had like 8 showers and 8 stalls and 8 sinks and a washer dryer. I couldn't believe it. I had a freaking washer dryer. So I go in, I sit, lie on my bed. It's a really comfy bed. I sit at my desk, a very nice desk with a swivelly kind of chair. And a nice lamp and an amazing view. I had 2 walls. I was right in the corner. I had 2 walls with windows on it, one looking out of the Atlantic Ocean and one looking at New York City. It was like $1 million view. And I had my own phone with my own number. It was like, this is like amazing, right? Even in the house, I couldn't use the phone. In my parents' house, I couldn't use the phone. And I had my own phone number, right? So I'm going, this is pretty good. So the guy said, you have your own toilet, your own sink, but the showers are, right? So he says, why don't you go, he looked at my suitcase, said, that would fit into half, you're going to have 2 dressers because, and they took out the other bed and put like a queen bed, a big bed, a very nice bed instead of a collegey twin, right? So, I just kind of put my suitcase on the floor and lie on the bed, bounce on it a little bit, sitting there, and there was 3 seats there, the swivelly seat and 2, and a coffee table and 2, easy chairs. And it was like, oh, this This is all. Thank you, Mom. Thank you. So I stroll into the shower, and there is this young lady in the shower. And the showers, they don't. It's just like, wall and four things coming out of each, and there's little partitions a little bit, so the guy next to you, you're not looking at his junk, but there is no door or curtain or anything. And there's a girl there, and she's got all of the showers turned on, and it's like steam room, right? It's like super hot and a steam room, and she is just lathered up, right? And all her important parts she's been working on in a very vigorous kind of way. And she's, and then she notices me there, and I'm wearing my clothes. And she comes over to me and she goes, "You can't be wearing these in the shower." And she takes them off. And there I am naked, still wearing my she didn't take my shoes off, still wearing my shoes. And she goes, "Can you help me out in the shower? I need some help." And I'd been watching her for about 4 minutes, going, until she noticed, because there was so much steam, it took her a while to notice me. And then she disrobed me. And I went over there in my squeaky leather shoes, and I helped her out in the shower for about an hour and a half. And then she went into her boyfriend's room and got these two unbelievable terry cloth bathrobes, and it said "The Crew," and that's what we were, the crew. And now she has a boyfriend somewhere in that crowd, and she's been in the shower waiting for him, getting worked up. And when he didn't show up, I helped her out. And then I walk into the party arm in arm with her, and in these two terry cloth towels, the crew, and the guy who is the otter character, the leader of the pack, he looks at me and kind of, gives me a smile, a grin, a shaking of the head, like, yes, he's definitely going to fit in here. And he walks over with me, and he grabs this guy who's on the couch with these two other girls, he's not totally naked, but he's, pretty much naked. And there I am in a terry cloth robe with these really wet, squeaky leather shoes. And he kind of gets that guy and kind of gives him like, "Hey, over there." And this guy who comes over to me and he goes, "Oh, so you're the new guy. So I'm glad you met my girlfriend." That was the first 2.5 hours that I was at Hofstra University. Again, timing and following the lead, right? So I fit right in there, right? And I went off to went and saw Marion, and I kind of started taking my classes, and my theater classes, all of my theater. So I took advanced theater design, theater lighting theory, theater literature, theater history. And then I took theology, and I took Greek law, right? Studying Plato's Republic, right? And what else did I take? I think I took, what else did I take? Oh, you know what else? No, I didn't take that. I took that the second semester. But those are about it, right? I maybe took another couple other, theater courses like dance and acting and stuff of that nature. So I went to my theater classes, and all my design classes, they gave us a project, and they basically wanted us to, the theater lighting design, they wanted the history of Joe Milziner, right? Well, man, I was working for Lester Polakov, Joe Milziner's best boy. So I went with a 16 millimeter. I went to the theater, the movie the film guys, and I want to take a course in this, and I've already taken some film courses at NYU. Oh, you went to NYU? And so, yeah, I took it with Bob and Judy and blah, blah, blah. And, by the way, I kind of work with Andy Warhol, and also, Lester Polikoff is my boss. And they said, what? The guy knew I had a heart attack. I said, yeah, I want the camera because I want to go interview Lester for this project I have for a design course. Instead of writing some boring thing, I want to make a film of him and give that to my teacher and show it in my class. And so I did it, and he gave me a not only a 16 millimeter Bolex, but one that had a sound thing. I was just going to make a loop and play it next to it, but it actually had sound. So I mic'd Lester up. We talked about what he wanted to talk about, and so he told all the I just asked so Lester what it was like then, and he just went on and on and on and on and on. I didn't ask. I just let him tell the amazing story. And then after that amazing. So Lester, what was Joe Mills? All these great stories about Joe Milzane and the beginning of modern theater design and the building of this theater and that theater and how he was involved in this and the he was the main guy at Radio City Music Hall. Anyway, all this stuff. And so I show it to the lady who runs the place, and she goes, "Oh, everyone has to see this, not just your class." So she goes, "We have these weekly lectures, and so instead of me giving a boring thing or one of these boring teachers giving one, I want you to." And never, ever, 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 ever had a student done this, and never a first semester freshman, And I said, I've already kind of had experiences showing up, guys who think they know what they're doing and being like 30 years younger than they are. And she goes, I don't give a fuck. I want to get rid of half these guys. So yes, I want you to do this, Marion said, I'll owe you a big one. I said, okay. I said, Marion, I'm keeping track, And she laughs. So I go do it. She's seen it. She puts it on the roster, so, 3 weeks before anyone turns anything in for this project, I'm on the roster. They don't say my name. They say, Marion Tillman's going to introduce a film about, Lester Polikoff, and you're going to get the real story of New York theater between 1890 and 1962. And so she gets up and says, okay. And so we have the great delight to have one of our students who's made a film of this. And I'm going to introduce him. And here's Al right here. He's, first semester freshman, and he's going to show this film to you. And everyone is like, and I get up there and I tell just a little bit of an introduction. And I give most of the thanks to the film department that the theater department hates. I said, these guys are really great. They gave me all their best equipment without even a thank. They just were really great, and they helped me edit this. And, I have to give all the credit to those guys, right? And then started. And the movie and it's funny, and people are crying and clapping, and the lights go on, and then Marion goes, okay, so Al and I are going to sit here in these two nice comfy chairs, drinking cocktails, and we'll answer because my experience kind of dovetailed with Lester. I've known Lester for years, and between the two of us, we can answer pretty much any question that you may have. And wasn't this a great film? Let's hear it for Al. Yeah. And so all of my teachers are like turning first, like they want to throw up. Then, their ears are burning. When flames are coming, and they all like walk out, just you can hear them screaming outside, right? And then the students just go nuts with asking questions, and we talk for another hour, and then the head of the department, Marion and says, "Oh, why don't we all go down?" This is when anyone could drink in the Rathskeller. You didn't have to be 21. You could, if you were going to college, you could drink there. And she could, "Drinks are on me, and we'll tell more stories." And Marion just, I didn't talk again. My voice was kind of, Anyway, so and I had been working on my voice with Herbert Berghoff and Marion Tulin, HB Studios. Anyway, so we go down to Rathskeller. Everything's great. And again, that's Eileen. She goes to that. And this is kind of where we first meet before I really meet her at her mom's house and we go bowling. So she goes, "Well, that was amazing." "And you're going to school here now? And you're living in the penthouse? How'd you do that?" I said, "It was all I have to thank my mom." She's kind of going, "I gotta go. My boyfriend's waiting for me, but we have to spend some time." And that's, a week later, when she's like super depressed because this guy has like dumped her for like the 5th time. I, go over to mom's house, sent over there by Marion to get her mom to do something. And her mom, I realized, okay, if I do this thing for her mom and get her daughter out of the dumps and away from that jerk, I will be in like Flint. And so I do that, right? And but I did not realize, because by this time I had there were just a bevy of women in the penthouse. It was like being in the Playboy thing, and if you were one of the crew, anybody would do any, and I was a first semester freshman member of the crew, and we had, those club jackets. We had jackets, the 18 of us, the crew, and so so again, timing and knowing when to go, right? So following the lead, right? So I go bowling with Eileen, and it just hit me. The boys, she's been dumped for the 3rd time. She's really heartbroken and pissed, and then I make her happy by going bowling with her and having a great time. And then, it's like 8:00, and we're walking from the bowling alley, and it's right by the Long Island Railroad. And I go, it's only $1.50 to take the Long Island Railroad to New York. And why don't we go into New York and go to Lincoln Center? Because the opera, the second part of the opera, they'll be letting out in an hour, and we'll wait by the front door and we'll ask for people's ticket stub. And that's one of the traditions in Broadway and Lincoln Center. You ask for the ticket stub, and the people who show up just mostly to show up their clothes and be in the front row. And then after the second half, the intermission, they go across the street to Eileen's and get drunk and don't come back for the second half. And so we are there, and we, get the ticket, and we go and watch The Merchant of Venice at the Vivian Beaumont Theater, And so, because the way Lincoln Center is, there is the opera, the ballet, and then this building over here, Vivian Beaumont Theater. It's a beautiful, beautiful, beautiful theater, right? And it's kind of experimental. Things that end up on Broadway kind of sometimes go there, because the big money of Broadway has built Lincoln Center, so they kind of use it as their business pump. Anyway, so the way those people come out, they come out into this big kind of, I don't know what you call it. It's like where all roads. So they all come out into this big open kind of patio, but it's way bigger than, it's like half the size football field, because these 3 big buildings are right on, and Juilliard's right over there. It's like a quad or whatever you want to call it, but you could stick 1,000 people there and it'd be fine. But it all goes down to this staircase. It kind of narrows down to this staircase where it goes out onto 8th Avenue, and they narrow it down because if they made it as wide as that, you'd have this flood of people that would end up on 8th Avenue, and they didn't want that. And in that quaddy thing, they have tables and they have bars that you can get drinks, right? And a little nashi thing. So instead of if you looked at the line, there was a line of the lanes. You could always sit down at one of these tables in the quad, have a nice cocktail. If it was a nice summer evening, it's really pretty and lots of trees and smelly flowers. It's really and water gurgling, and it's really pretty. So, but all of that comes down to this narrowing staircase that goes on 8th Avenue, and that's where all those things kind of empty out at the same time. Opera, if you really just want the opera breaks maybe 20 minutes before these other two guys do. So if a lot of people are not going to leave but stick around, those tables don't get totally filled up. So anyway, if you really want to go to the opera, you wait by the opera door. But if you don't really care and you're going to take anyone's ticket who's leaving at the second half, you wait down at the bottom right there at 8th Avenue and the staircase. And that way you can ask, hey, can I have your ticket? And it's a real tradition, and you can easily get that. And my friend B taught me about this because one of her other businesses was to go there and with a couple of her friends and gather tickets, stubs, and then go over to where Ticketron was, because there was always an hour between that, and sell that ticket stub. So that $75 ticket you could easily sell for $30, no problem. So she would have 4 or 5 people collecting, and get maybe 100 or 300 tickets, stubs, and then go over and sell it at, near Ticketron, not in front of them. They would get upset. But it didn't really upset Ticketron because these were tickets that were already sold days in advance. I mean, Ticketron wasn't going to couldn't sell that ticket, right? So if people were coming there to get that stub and they either couldn't get it or didn't want to go see that show, they would then go to Ticketron and they would, so Ticketron kind of gave a blind eye. They didn't call the cops. And so, whereas scalpers who would buy the tickets at Ticketron and then some, Ticketron would get upset with those people. But anyway, so B had this in her. She always, follow my lead. She was always never a problem. She was amazing. So that's how I learned how to do this. So I took Eileen. We got on the train and we just laughed hysterically about what our bowling experience, because she was could have been a champion on television. And I was I threw this one ball, my thumb got stuck in it, and the ball went way up in the air, went across about 3 lanes, and then went in that guy's lanes and hit his pins. He got very upset. Elaine thought that was quite amusing. So she loved the fact that I was really smart, but a total clown and just a love bunny, right? So I said, let's go to New York and see what's, this is playing at the opera, this is playing, right? So we went and saw Merchant of Venice at the Vivian Beaumont Theater. And I knew it was there, and I knew that was her favorite because we went, we had the same theater literature course, and she loved The Merchant of Venice. And I said, I think, this thing's playing, there's a Shakespeare play, and I think you'll like it. And, we waited at the thing and, got 2 tickets to go to The Merchant of Venice, and they were right in the best, a box seat, right, so you could look right above down and see the whole set, the whole stage, and from a bird's eye view, right, real close. I mean, you could almost lean out and touch these people. And I brought her to that, right? And she was like, and then I took her uptown. We got on the 8 train and went straight up to Harlem, and so were you here, JC, the whole time? Did you enjoy the story? And I haven't even gotten to the starting point where I was going to start, but you can always watch. Every one of you can always go watch this on replay. Anyway, love you, buddy. Guys, JC he's LG. He's the lucky guy, the luckiest guy I know. He is not only a saint, He's the dude plus. He's the lucky guy. Love you, buddy. You stay well. He and I went through the trenches together. You know, he's not only a member of the cadre, he's a personal friend. You know, so I love him as I love you all, but I love him more because he has gone through. He's a war hero. This guy, right? So anyway, so then we go up and we listen to jazz, and this was one of those places we went into a club that's not even known, but except for, you know, that's where you would see Miles Davis playing just for fun, you know. Anyway, and everybody else in between. It was an amazing club, and I used to fix their air conditioning all the time. So, you know, went in there, and, you know, it was only, you know, once we got at Subway and once we got 100 up above 125th Street, there were no white people except us. And there were a couple of people on the train I knew. I was kind of, hey, how you doing? And Eileen is just, Eileen is just like, you know, people on the subway? I said, oh, yeah. And so, and when we went into the Vivian Beaumont and had the box seat, if you had box seats up there, they had people that come and bring you drinks up there. You can drink up there. And down in the, where everyone else is sitting, not so much. And so this guy I knew came with a bottle of cognac. Right? Not champagne, not like swill, but cognac, you know, Remy Martin, because he knew I liked Remy Martin. So he brought that bottle up and 2 snifters. Is this your new friend? I said, oh, yes, this is my compadre. And she was just, everything I did was like, so, you know, we listened to jazz until, you know, 3 a.m, took the train to Penn Station, got on there, and walked right onto a subway. You know, it's like 3 a.m. I mean, there was a Long Island Railroad train. That was the one train that was going to go from New York, taking the folks back from the theater, and got on that. And the frigging club car, you could get a cocktail. So we had a cocktail on the train, and so we got off at Garden City, and we walked, and her mom's house was like on the other side of school, and where we walked up Sunrise Highway, there was, you know, that side was where the penthouse was, right? So we first go to Denny's for breakfast. You know, I said, you know, I love Denny's at this time of day. So we get out of Denny's just around 4:15. It's still dark. It's like dark 30. And and Denny's like just, you know, quarter mile to the front door of my dormitory. And again, there's no guard, nobody at the door, no one asking anything. We go in, push the button, hit the penthouse button, and the party is still going on, right? And so these guys had every freaking drug in the universe. And the department, Dr. Bellows Dramatic Institute, was its raison d'etre, reason for being, was to study the effect of nitrous oxide on the individual. And we had, the school bought us like, you know, 6-foot tanks of nitrous oxide, you know, we had more nitrous oxide, not little whippets, not balloons. And we had this room that was sealed so nothing could get out. And we would put in a mixture of oxygen and nitrous oxide and a little nitrogen. And the floors and walls were covered in wrestling matches. So if you fell down, you couldn't hurt yourself, right? And we also had a dispenser built in the wall of the best body lotion, meaning if you really wanted to get slippery, you know, if you wanted to have no friction whatsoever, you had that. And we had these really interesting paper slippers I got from my father's paper company that they gave to patients in hospitals, right? And it had great traction. You know, no matter what kind of vomit or piss or shit or whatever was on the floor, you wouldn't slip. So these were perfect. You threw them away, and they covered your little feet, and you couldn't slip. Even on vomit, you couldn't slip, or blood, you know, you couldn't slip. So this was my little offering to the crew, and everyone loved that. And so there was a dispenser of these shoes, these little paper shoes, in the and it was called the Good Time Room. And so it's 4 o'clock, and we watch the sunset. We're having a Irish coffee after Denny's, and we get there, and about 20 minutes after we get there, we're smoking some really sweet boo through a hookah, and there were some party favors that Eileen was taking part of that really truly loosened you up. And then I said, and I used to call her I said, I call everyone by the first letter of their first name. That way I don't make mistakes. I can remember that. So I said, did you ever try nitrous oxide? And she goes, oh, you mean the fun room? I've heard about that place. I said, let's go. There's nobody in it now because we had a green and red light, occupied, nobody in it, right? So, and that was another thing I wired in for them. So you walked in and you latched the door, not like you couldn't open it up, but the latch did two things. It closed a circuit that turned the red light on up there, and by doing that, it opened the valve for the mixture of atmosphere to go into that. And there was a little fan, the hole where the fun cocktail of gas was being pushed in. There was, on the other side of the room, there was a little fan sucking whatever wasn't that out of the room. So when you were in there, you were getting the same kind of mixture, but more high volume of nitrous oxide than the dental chair. So you were like experiencing nitrous oxide too. And we had little hoses if you really just wanted to suck in nitrous oxide, if you wanted to really, have the real laughing experience. But if you wanted to somewhat be controlled of your bodily function and the parts of your body that you wanted to have fun with, it was just good to breathe what was in the room and not go for unless you were this way and you were at that point of like, okay, after that kind of experience, let's see what this kind of, so that's when Eileen and I kind of signed, she forgot about that guy. It only took, 6 hours of fun with me for him to like not even be heartbroken or think about, all she thought about was having fun with me. So for all the first semester of our freshman year, we were the thing, right? And Christmas holiday, the thing. And and I ran into Perry for our, before Christmas. I still was buds with my buds from high school, from graduating class. And that experience from his brothel, I said, Perry, so what are you doing for Christmas? And he goes, well, some of the boys are going to go to the house. I said, well, I have a new girlfriend. He goes, I don't think that would be good. Unless she is real. I said, well, she is quite adventurous, but I don't know if, she's that adventurous. And he says, yes. He goes, but I have this other house in right on the border of Haiti and Santo Domingo, or whatever that other country is, the country club part of the island. And he said, it's really beautiful. It's a big waterfall, and you can, we're gonna leave on this day after Christmas, the day after Christmas, and we're going to be there a week. And if you get down to LaGuardia at this time, and actually, if you get to my house on Park Avenue at this time, we can have a nice little brunch with my grandma, and then the limousine will take us to the airport, and then we will go have a nice week. And you guys, the car that'll take us from the airport to the brothel will take you and your sweetie. So that's what we did. And that was, and her mother was totally, not, you are the best. This is better than 20 years of psychotherapy. No problem. I know I know what she does, so it's not a problem. And I trust you impeccably. And if not, I'll kill you. Yeah. So anyway, that whole, freshman year was unbelievably great, right? So Summer is great, but I kind of have to do other things out of town. I have other commitments, but we still see each other a lot when I'm in New York, because now, I give her a key to my loft in Soho, and that's like, she's like blown away. And I turn her on to all my theater friends and my friends at you know. The Council on Foreign Relations and the Trilateral Commission and the Theosophical Society, because she was interested in, and she spoke 7 frigging languages. The gang at CFR loved her, right? And I took her over to Madame Olga Kluver's, and so when I wasn't in New York, she had all these people watching out for her, taking care of her, exposing her to things that really what she needed to know. And so that summer was great too, but we're not with each other 24/7. More like 40% of the summer, right? And when we are, we're having great fun. But energetically, I know something's going on, like she's seeing somebody else, which is fine by me, right? I am a pretty strong monogamous guy. When I'm with a woman, I'm with that woman. Yes, I have plenty of women friends and all kinds of social everything, and I love everybody. But when I'm intimate with somebody, I'm just intimate with one person, because energetically, that's the only way it works for me. And so, but I have a sense that that's going on. And so our intimacy is more like huggy, kissy, sleeping together, and but not the wild, crazy sex of the first 2 semesters of freshman year. So, but we're still having a great time and loads of fun. And she's really, she once said during the summer, "You, more than anyone else in my life, make me happy, make me safe, make me feel really good about myself." I said, okay. Then we go back to school, right? Sophomore year, first semester, and something has really changed. She's no longer, with me all the time. We're not doing everything together. We're not, Tom and Jerry. We're not doing all these projects and things together. She's just and now she's not in the theater department, because she was really more a language and diplomacy kind of person. And she is still, we still go into New York, and we still, hang with all my friends there. And, Madam Olga Kluver said, Eileen, there's something really going, there's a dark force coming upon her. And she is such a light person that she hasn't learned. I mean, no matter what I and you and other people that you've introduced her to have tried to train her to protect herself, for some karmic reason, she's just a lamb to the slaughter. I don't know. I don't understand. You have to. I've tried to talk to her. She won't say anything to me. So anyway, I basically say, listen, we all know something's going on. What's going on? And she goes, well, I'm back with that guy. I said, what? What? Well, I love him so much. I said, what? I mean, freshman, you said you love me. What? You said the best sex. What? And he goes, well, I don't know what it is, but he has some power. I said, well, that's one reason to stay away from the guy. Anyway, so she goes, but you'll protect me. And I said, well, I can protect you, but I can't protect you things that you open yourself up to. And Madam Olga Kluver tried to explain that to you, but you didn't want to listen. And Billy tried to, take you to a shamanic temple to put you in a ceremony with a Japanese Shinto priest, my teacher, and you didn't go. You like stood him up. You said you were going to go. You were excited. And this isn't good. That you are putting yourself at real risk here. And yes, I love you more than life itself, but there's certain elements shamanically, karmically, that I can't interfere. And if you do this, you choose to do this, there's nothing I can do. I can love you, I can do my best to physically protect you, but Other than that, you've got to make this decision yourself. Anyway, she goes full hog bag to this guy, and he knocks her up. And then he leaves her. And it's like, and this is before Roe away, so I had to, pull some strings to take care of that baby, right? And I didn't want to have it aborted, so I had it adopted in a very special kind of way, so that because that baby was going to be special, and I just didn't want it to throw it into the wind. So, I got the Marinols and a few other people involved, and that baby was given a true amazing life, right? And then she was like, I had to like fix her. Like I had to heal her from that extraordinary experience. And that was like towards, the end of, because she got pregnant in the summertime, and so she had the baby before the end of the fall semester. And anyway, and then I thought, okay, I'm just going to help her, heal the best, and she can move on in her life, and I'll be her buddy. And it's obviously, I love this person, but obviously, because if we were really meant to be that, then this wouldn't have happened. And this is a test for her, and this is her, and that baby needed to be born to experience what chemically it needed, right? And that was one of the first of my 128 godchildren. Right? So, and that has occurred. And before spring semester starts, she goes back to that guy. And he said, "So you aborted the baby. That's good. That's why I want you as my girlfriend, And that's, when she told me, well, I can't see you anymore, and I'm going to move in with him, and I really love him. And I said, that's it. That's it. I love you. I'll always love you. You'll always be my friend. But at this point on, that's it. I got things to do. I'm moving on. I can't just always be here for you when you crash and burn. By doing so, I'm enabling you to do this to yourself. So I'm not going to do that, period. Not going to do it. Very similar to what happened to Johnny Boy at the school. I spent a year and a half with him trying to assist, but at a certain point, he did exactly what I did. He can't seem to change. The last phone call I had, it was the same thing, which, gives me the heads up that I can't go and live with him because he screamed and yelled and jumped up and down and, and blamed me for everything. And I hadn't seen him in almost 2 years. I had nothing to do with him, So, except occasionally send him a, message, saying, hey, I love you. I care about you. I'm your friend. I'm always pulling for you. I think you're great. I want you to be your best and be happy. I'm always there for that for you. So that's the kind of people, everyone, it's like Mr. Potato Head. There's 5 types of people, and there's another 25 different alternating threads that go in between. And that's what makes up humanity. The good, bad, and the ugly. So the end of that semester, not the end of my sophomore, but the beginning of that semester, I'm online where you have to sign up for your classes, right? So I get to the bursar and I say to the bursar, and this is where I was going to start the show 4.5 hours ago, right? So here we are. Hey, welcome to Dreamy Dreamland with Sensei Al Bob. Don't believe a word I say, and everything I've said so far has been only made up for entertainment's sake, right? So none of this ever happened. But you might find threads of it in Wikipedia. So anyway, I'm online with the bursar, and I get to her, and I say, so, she goes, have you figured out what classes you want? I said, well, I'm thinking I want to take this semester off. And she goes, oh, okay. She goes, well, 2 things. And I go, first thing, if I do that, have my parents paid for this semester? And she went, oh, yes. And I said, and everybody who, especially members of the crew, there was a community bank in that school that your parents could put money in so you could buy books and do things and get cash. And so I said, has my parents put the money into the my account? And they said, oh, yes, $2,500. And I said, oh, okay. And if I'm not going to school, I can take that money, can't I? And she goes, of course, it's in your account. You can take it. Go down to the bursar's office and sign out a check, and they'll give you cash. I said, okay. So, and she goes, or you know what you can do also? You can go there and sign up for a cash card, which is just like cash, but it works like a credit card. So you can swipe it anywhere in the world like a credit card. So some people only take credit cards these days. And this was like 1970. 70? Yeah, 70. So I said, okay. No, actually, it was 69. It was going to be 70, right? So I said, okay, I'll just take the cash. So she won't go on down, and I will, put in the computer that you're going to go down there, and they'll have it ready for you, in the next half an hour. So, I go down there. They give me $2,500 in cash and Benjamins, and so I, go back to my because the whatchamacallit, the crew. I could have lived there and still stay there, and it wouldn't matter because they controlled the computer, right? And I was a real part of the crew, right? I was the kid. Anyway, so I went back there, and they knew the story about I and everything, and they knew they knew me, so they knew I was it would be hard for me to stay in that school with her still there, her mother there, all the connective tissue of that year with her, and so. The otter guy said, and he had graduated, but he was still there as the alpha dog. He was running his other businesses out of that place, right? And he ran the school, right? So, and they're making, like I said, $250,000 every semester in 1969, 68. So anyway, I'm, kind of amazed with what's going on. And he's sitting, talking to me like a Dutch. He says, you just, you need to go back on the road, and that's where you clear your head. So, why don't you just, you got some cash, you need any more cash? And I said, he goes, then he got on the phone. He called the guy who ran, who was part of the crew, one of my brothers, who ran the school bank. He set it up. He called him up and said, Al's going to take a road trip. He's going to need one of those cards. And he said, we'll just put, the answer, your part of the ancillary money that would be in there normally, we'll just have you able to access. So I had $2,500 in cash. I went over to that guy's. He had a card ready for me. So I had a pretty much unlimited, credit card, but it wasn't, it was a cash card, but they didn't even have those. It was a don't leave home without it. That's what its picture was. But it worked on, you slide it, it worked. It was pretty amazing. So I hit the road. And what did I do? I said, and I knew that, because one of the things the bursar said, if you don't go to school this semester, within 3 weeks, we notify your draft board that you are, they'll come after you, unless you're doing something else that gives you a deferment. This is the end of your deferment. I mean, you can come back and sign in, and then, if you haven't been drafted, you can come, you can get your deferment back. But if you're not in school, you don't have a deferment, period. And it's in 3 weeks, so whatever you're going to do to try and, not go to, because everyone knew me in that school, right? So that lady knew me. And she knew that I was not ready to go up to Vietnam. And she said, whatever you do, and there's nothing I can do to stop it, because she was the bursar, right? She goes, this is all, and she goes, you boys run the school, but I bet you they can't even do that. And when I was talking to Otter, I said, so, and he goes, yeah. He said, that's why you need to take a road trip. If they have no place to send you mail, and the first place they're going to send you is here, and we're just going to say, put, you left town, this person has no address. We'll make it as, try to bury it as much as we can, but yes, this is not something we can control, and we wouldn't, this would put the crew in the limelight, and we don't want that. So we're just, we do certain things by the rules just so we can go under them. And that's one thing I learned from these guys, how to navigate the system, right? So to be in the flow, to follow, to be perfect timing. So he was right. So what did I do? I said, so I'm going to get out of New York, period. I'm going to go someplace that I normally, people don't know I go to, but I have some kind of connective tissue to. So I go to UNC Chapel Hill because I had a whole bunch of buddies who, I went to grammar school with. My crew from that, 3 or 4 went to there, and another 2 went to Duke. My best of friends was going to go to Duke, and he got in, but he had to wait a semester to make money to pay for it, right? So his whole story is a whole different one. Another night for that story. I go to Chapel Hill, and it's, all my friends are really, they're totally prepped. I mean, we were all at prep school, but when we were at that prep school, we were like, the odd man, the alternative aesthetic. But these guys had just, were totally, and all they did was drink, right? And I'm not a drinker. And they were totally into the fraternity and the sorority and the whole Greek thing. And they couldn't even read Greek. And Chapel Hill was an interesting school, but everybody was just, Chapel Hill, and it wasn't, I couldn't, I didn't feel comfy there. I had friends there. I could stay there, but I didn't feel comfy there. So I went down the road to my buddies at Duke. Now, Duke is an amazing frigging school. Just, And so when I was at Chapel Hill, I didn't have, I didn't even show up with my little Holden Caulfield suitcase. I showed up with nothing. And so I was wearing preppy clothes, right? So I had khaki pants and penny loafers and a herringbone sports jacket with the patches and a shirt. And to be a little out of the preppy thing, I got myself a couple of bow ties at the thrift store. The ones you tie, not the ones I clip on, right? So that was my look. And I went and got myself a pair of, my eyes have always been screwed up, but I can focus on making my eyes focus on things is an interesting experience. But I went and got myself, again, at the thrift store, they had big thing of glasses, and I tried glasses on. Oh, these actually work pretty good. So I got a pair of black ones that really made me look like, rocket scientist nerd. And then I got a couple of cool ones, and then I got a pair of aviators that were, prescription and worked really good for me. And they weren't really dark, and they looked good on me. And so I had a bunch, so I wore a lot of glasses. So that was another thing to add to my costume, right? Because I never, no pictures of me up until that time ever saw me with glasses on. So if anyone was describing, oh yeah, and he's got these black nerdy glasses, so that's why I was wearing glasses. And I got a couple of pair of really almost microscope readers, because I knew I was going to do a lot of reading, because Duke has a very great library. I mean, Chapel Hill has a good library, a scholastic library. Duke being truly a interesting private school, lots of people have donated a lot of precious books. So I went there, I got to stay at my friend's fraternity. Again, these guys were all fraternity guys, but there were nothing was computerized at all. So if you looked the part, you could go into the dining room, eat all you wanted. You could go to lectures, no problem. You could go to classes, no problem. I went to a couple of classes that were being Robert Brighton, Wisdom of the Overself is a book he wrote, and he came from Cornell, and I went back to Cornell to study with him. But anyway, I sat in on a class he had, and he had no tests, no quizzes, no textbook. We read a lot of books on reserve, right? So I went to his class, and he read out the thing, and I just kind of stayed in the background. It wasn't until about the third class when he wanted us to have a short essay, no more than 2 pages, on a Greek tragedy, right? Because he was all about mythology, and he wanted us to kind of try to connect Joseph Campbell in there. And I had met Joseph Campbell when I was at the University of Maryland, staying there for a month or two, being an anti-war guy one summer. And so I talked to Joseph Campbell, he enough for him to want to talk to me. And I stayed there and went to his class and, went to his office. As much as he had office time, I would go, right? I would sign myself up, right? But he was pretty popular, so a lot of people, I wasn't the only guy in his office. So anyway, so I wrote this paper and handed it in. And he had his teaching assistant collect the paper, so he wasn't even there when I kind of handed it in. And the next class, he handed everyone's paper back, and on it he had this nice letter written saying, when you wrote this, I read it, and then I looked for your name in my list of students, and you weren't there. And then I read it again, and I said that you wrote this in a shamanic form because you read it, and when I read it a second time, I saw other things that meant other things to me. And then I read it a third time, and that's when I called up Joseph Campbell and said, do you know this guy? And Joseph Campbell said, so is he sitting in on your class? Is he your mystery student? And he said, yeah, that's the guy. And he goes, well, he did that to me 2 years ago. He's an interesting young man, and he won't make any trouble, and he's a pleasure to talk to. And he never says anything unless he thinks about it really deeply. And he really says nothing unless it's worth listening to. And that's what Joseph Campbell said to me to Mr. Wisdom of the Overself. And that's the kind of, connects I have. And I don't need to be famous. When you can go sit on somebody's thing and make them go, huh? And then call up Joseph Campbell and say, do you know this guy? And he gives, the kind of, yeah, that's your mystery student. Yeah, he did that to me. So that's the kind of life I had. So to continue the story, and we're getting close to the beginning, and we're at 4 hours and 22 minutes and 22 seconds. I love it when that happens. So from Mr. Wisdom of the Overself, Brighton, something like that. John, Robert. Anyway, Wisdom of the Overself, that's the name of the book, whatever his name is. So anyway, he gave me a card to go as as a student, you get, and if you're taking a special class where you have to go into the reserve library, they just don't let anybody in there. You have to have the professor be your, speak for you, right? So he said that I was a graduate student of his, and that, which I was, not a graduate, but graduate student. He wrote that. And the lady the librarian, the head librarian I had to go see, she looks at this and goes, "You said you're a graduate student. What is that?" I said, I don't know. He wrote it. I don't know what, a joke or maybe he misspells it. This guy misspelled something? I don't think so. But he did sign it, and he did give the right code number. And so you have all the privileges of the total sanctuary of the reserve library. I said, "Oh, thank you." And I said, "What does that mean?" She goes, "Not only do you get to look at books, people who just have access to the reserve library, what you go to the reserve librarian and you give them a piece of paper that your professor has given you, like a receipt, and they bring out that book. And then we take you to a reading room that has a camera in it. And you read that book in that reading room. And then when you leave, you go to the librarian and give that book, and she puts it up on that shelf up there until you finish reading it or the date ends in that piece of paper. But because you have all the rights and privileges, you get to walk through that library as much as you want. You don't have to get the librarian to get you the book. I mean, you can ask her for help, but you don't have to. And you get a carrel, which is like an office. It's not a real room, but it's a little nook that you get in the main reading room. And the main reading room has these big, long tables with lights on them. And there's 2 nooks, carrels, to each of these long tables, right? And there's 2 on the other side. And these tables are pretty wide. And there's 4 chairs with wheels. And what you do is your carrel, you have a reading table and a work table and has a typewriter on it, right? And it also has a microfiche reader, right? And it has all these little nooks and crannies and drawers and shelves underneath. And that's where you can keep stuff. So you don't have to lug things in and out. It's for people who do research, right? So, I have, I am considered a scholar. Only scholars, get this. I mean, no undergraduate goes there. Now, I'm still pretty young. I'm like maybe 22, but, I've let my beard grow out a little bit. I'm always got a pipe. And I'm wearing these big black glasses. And I have a very nice, I look like Shakespeare, basically. I have the Shakespeare kind of beard. But I've always liked having it long. So I had the Shakespeare beard, but it was as long as this. And it was very dark. All my hair was blondish brown, and my beard was dark red brown. It looked interesting. And it wasn't dyed. This is how my gene pool was punching things out. And anyway, in my carrel, and I'm looking at everything, right? All kinds of stuff. And my little wisdom of the Overself is very ancient Greek, Sumerian, and very like occult, esoteric, Thule society, very which is on the edge of being Nazi, paranormal, and very Freudian metaphors, and a lot of Scottish Third Right, which is the Illuminati kind of stuff. So I'm taking his book and taking all these threads and weaving them together, and those threads are not so much, again, the way I wrote the little thing that he said, wow, this is like shamanic. That's how he writes. So you read it, it seems this. Read it second time, it's like this. Read it the next time, it's like inverted, right? So this guy is so old crone, and I'm the only guy who's even noticing any of this. So I'm doing all this research, and I'm writing a paper about his book with all this stuff going through it, right? And so you have your your little carrel, and then you had the big table behind you. And what that's for is you get a quarter of that table right behind you, the space right behind you, and it's about 20 feet wide and about 4 feet. So you get a space of 20 feet wide, 4 foot deep, that you can stack books from the library. So you don't have to keep going and putting them out, and the wear and tear in the book is too much. But you take all the books you want and you put them there, and they have these really interesting little slips of paper. And when you find something interesting, you slip it in there, and it has no chemicals like to destroy that. It's the most neutral paper they can. So that's the only thing you can't put a pen in there. You can't keep the book open. You slip a little piece of paper in there, and they have little boxes of these little slips of paper all along that table. So anyway, I got this thing just totally covered in paranormal stuff, cult stuff, you name it stuff, all stuff from India, Vedic stuff, you name it, I got it. And I'm trying to weave it into this paper I'm writing for Mr. Wisdom of the Overself. And and I have chunks of my yellow legal pads, white ones. They don't give you yellow ones because that's a dye, but they have white ones that, again, are as neutral chemically as possible. So they don't even breathe on these books. And that's what they give them to you for, because you read the book, and you find something you really like. You slip the paper in there, and you count down the lines. And on that paper, you write the number of page and what line it is. And then you write whatever you're thinking about, what you just read, right? And you put it over. Me, I would normally just write it in the book, right? But you don't do that with a 400-year-old book, right? Or a super duper special book that you normally would never see. They're just in other books, they mention them, right? So I got this stuff all over the place, and I've got this these notepads with everything I'm writing. I'm not like hiding it from anybody, because no one comes in this place except a very, very few people who are of super high integrity, right? And I'm the youngest guy, right? And people. So and the other thing why people leave this out, you get to read their stuff, and they want you to read their stuff because they want your opinion of their stuff. And there are about 20 of these big long tables in this big reserve hall, right, of about 40 of these carols, right? And people start to bunch up. It's just like in grammar school, they start reading. And so they do get assigned a carol, but they figure out who's doing what, and they start reading their stuff. Anyway, so you leave your stuff out, even the stuff you're writing. No one's going to copy it. No one's going to cheat, because everyone knows who's in that room. So people are like, whoa, because these guys are scholars, but they've been in academia so long, they're kind of tainted by that academic thing. And I'm writing this stuff like it was a comic book, like it's a story, like it's one of my novels, right? And they're reading this stuff and go, this is great. I wish I could write like this. I said, well, you write like this. They said, oh, no. The way you have such courage, the way you just destroy grammar, the way you misspell everything. And this one guy, his whole thing was how Latin and English and German are these Gaelic, shamanic vehicles, like weapons. Spelling is a weapon. And he wrote this book on virtually every English word and what it secretly means and what it does to you when you use it. Like spelling. It's a spell, right? And all the prefixes and syntaxes. And that's why that guy and one of the teachers I had, after first grade of the Melnos, he was all about etymology. He was a psychosocial cultural etymologist. All of that stuff, how the word affected psychology and sociology, right? Anyway, so I'm putting this all together, and this guy's like just blowing his mind, and he becomes one of my best and he's an old guy. I'm like 22, if that, and 22, 21 maybe, and No, I wasn't even that. I was 19, 20. So he's like 70, 80, and he's really, you know, like looked at as a priest. And when he said, you're so brave the way you, and I didn't want to tell him that I just couldn't spell and that I just hated, I mean, he knew that, but, and this was the days before computers. So when I write in my computer constantly tells me this word's wrong and here's how you spell. Now, sometimes I want to misspell it. I want to misspell it a certain way. And it also, my computer I love is that I can hit the thing to give me a word that's, thesaurus. It has a thesaurus. So, I like that. But back in the day when I had none of that, I was more like the artist in the first person, the caveman. And that's what that old guy called me. He called me caveman. Caveman kid. Everyone called me kid, but in the library they called me kid, not out in the audience of the student body. No one knew me. Out there in the audience, student body, I was invisible, right? Invisible. No one saw me. The only guys who saw me were the guys in that library and two of my professors. Mr. Wisdom of the Overself, and I took another course in Shakespeare. It was like an occult. He was the thing was really the comparing Plato and Mr. Geometry, Euclid, and Newton and Shakespeare, and to show that they were all shamans, right? And that they all came from the same mystery school. So that was pretty interesting. And that was Duke. Duke had shit like that. I mean, Chapel Hill sure didn't. I mean, they had good teachers. It was a good school, but it wasn't like Duke, right? It did not have that library. So anyway, I'm there and I'm enjoying this. And I'm invisible. I know my draft board will never frigging find me here. This is, I could stay here for years and no one's going to find me. That's really how I learned how to be invisible, right? So I am just happy as a pig in shit. I can eat all I want in the cafeteria. I mean, the way I dress, the only people who kind of notice me is the lunch ladies, because I always have a very nice word. Everyone I'm very nice to, the janitors, the lunch ladies, the people who run the place, but everyone treats like crap and ignores. I treat really nice because I want favors out of them and they will take care of me, right? So, and if anyone were ever to come looking for me, these guys would never mention a word because they are from the street. They're down low. They're people of color mostly. And anyway, so I'm having the best of times, right? So I'm there. And so one day I'm sitting at my carrel facing it, and I'm looking through something through the whatchamacallit, the little microfiche that's on my side, and I'm batting and taking notes, and I hear giggling behind me, right? Giggling? This place is full of old guys. No one giggles like that. I turn around, and there's this girl who's got pigtails, and she's got this little skirt, dress, and spaghetti straps, and her aureoles are here, and she has really amazingly beautiful women parts, and she's no brassiere, and her skirt kind of fits her. She got no fat on her whatsoever. She's really worked out. I look at her legs. She's like a runner, and she's leaning over so much that I can look right down her dress, right down to the floor, and I see that she's not wearing underwear, right? And the color of her hair, which is, again, she got red hair, blonde, screaming blonde red hair, and the hair and every other part of her body is screaming blonde red hair. And I'm looking down at her, and she's giggling, and she doesn't even realize that I've turned around in my wheelie chair and looking at her, and she's leaning so far over because she's like from the other side where she was going to start lining up her books. She first started before she started collecting. So she has one of those, like, entrance cards to this place where only old dudes are. And she's giggling, and I'm a young guy, right? And with my black glasses and my herringbone jacket and my white shirt and my bow tie and my khaki pants and my penny loafers. And she kind of looks at me and she goes, and first things out of her mouth is, "You aren't what you seem to be." And I can tell that because you can't tell a book by its cover, because I'm looking at what's inside these books, and that's nothing like you. And I said, I didn't say anything. And she goes, "This is me." And I said, "You?" She goes, "Yes, I'm here at Duke. I'm getting my master's in parapsychology." I said, "Master's?" "Yep. Actually, I'm on my PhD, what do they call it when you're on the PhD path? There's a term for it. And I said, "How old are you?" And she goes, 20 years old. And I go, "Really?" We're about the same age. And so she goes, "You're getting your doctorate too?" And I said, well, my professor, what do they call it? There was a term for it. My sponsor calls me a graduate student." And she laughed. And I hand her my little ID card, and it says graduate student, and she laughs, and she goes, "That's perfect." And she puts out her hand, and she goes, "My name's Leslie." And I said, "Mom, Al. People call me Bob." And she kind of shakes her head again. "Your name is Al, but people call you Bob. Later you'll tell me that one." I said, "Yep." And so she goes, "So, obviously you are working for a research project. Or you wouldn't be in here, and you wouldn't be reading this stuff." And I think, "Are you in my program?" And I said, "Your program?" I said, "Well, what program are you in?" And she goes, "I'm working for the SEAL Corporation out of Stanford. They're part of the Lockheed Group." Now, I know enough about all of that to go, whoa, because really, really, really dark, deep secrets are kept by corporations, right? Not governments. Governments can't keep a secret worth crap, but corporations sure can. And like the atomic bomb, that was totally corporate, everything you can imagine that you don't even know about corporations. So I go, "Really? So SEAL Corporation?" What? And she goes, "Since you're in here, I can talk to you freely, and I will know that you will say nothing about this. I could get into trouble to talk to you about these things, but I'm reading the books that you're reading, and in actuality, I think you could help us a great deal." And I'm going, "Yeah, but I've only known you for 20 seconds, and you want me to be part of your special access program?" And she goes, "See, you know what that is. Nobody knows what a special access program is." "You do?" "Yes. And you're reading all these books. I was looking for half of these. And now the other half that you got are books I want to read. Now that you've read them, and I'm reading the stuff that you're writing about them, yes, so tell me about yourself. Where are you from? What do you do? Blah, blah, blah." And I'm still looking down her, and she's still leaning, knowing that I am seeing her unbelievable nipples and everything else. And, it's like opening the gate. And I'm going, "Well, this girl is brilliant, and she is like way hot, and she's amazingly funny. And this girl's making my day. So how can I?" So I tell her my whole story, right? That I've just spent, 4 hours, 44 minutes, and 44 seconds telling you guys, right? And so she's like, and I tell her more about all of my esoteric teachers and, Billy Clue. She knows Billy Clue, not personally, but knows who he is. She knows about the Theosophic Society and the Thule Society and all the things that I'm part of. And I tell her that, my little experiences. So she goes, "So have you ever had a UFO experience?" I said, or a paranormal experience, and I said, sure. And I tell her all my little stories of, all the things I've seen and done, and from childhood and infancy, and how I talk to electricity, and how I'm a Teslaphile, and my mentor, electric mentor, is, Michael Simeon Stoll. And she goes, really? Tesla's bench electrician. She says Tesla's bench electrician, and I'm just going, okay. So this girl knows me better than anyone else, and so we go. She goes, let's go to my house. I say, you have a house? Yeah, right here on campus. They gave me a nice little house. It's very nice. It's a house, not just apartment. It's a nice little house. And it's on campus. It's over there near the other, the student center and the theater department, and there's another library, right? And for the more kind of generic, and there's a whole bunch of these nice little houses, Sears houses, that were built there during World War One for military research, right? So, and they're still for that, right? So we go over there, and it's really nice. And there's about 20 of these nice little houses, and it's like in a little park, and the trees growing up. They built it in World War 1916, 14, whatever that was. And, now it's, 1970 or 1970. And she, you go in there, and she makes a really nice Reuben sandwich, and she, has photos. She has a photo book and shows me her childhood and her teenagehood. And her father's a professor. They traveled all around the world, and she knows, like, she can read like 12 languages and speak about 4, and English, French, German, and Farsi. It's like, and she, German and Hebrew, right? So anyway, and she was Jewish, right? Jewish, And so anyway, she then proceeds to tell me, so I tell her many, many stories, about an hour, and she's got some Buddha smoke and she got some absinthe, and I've tried it once, and this is pretty good absinthe. And so we are, on a very mystical tour, and so, I start rubbing her feet. I said, I'm a masseuse. Here, let me rub your feet. So I start rubbing her feet, and then her calves, and then her ankles, and her knees, and her thighs, and then the rest of her, and we end up in bed. And that's when she really tells me what she's doing. Once we get intimate and, expel that philosophic, spiritual energy, that's when we really start telling some real interesting stories. And the SEAL corporation that she's working for works for the Kylar Group and the Lockheed Group and the this German entity. And what they are researching to do is to build a super soldier. So her group that she's working is a paranormal group, and Duke has a big paranormal department, and they're studying, the guys, the Vedics, who can, like, put swords through their cheeks, then pull them out, and then they're healed without a scar within 10 minutes. They want to get that kind of and turn it into science, so they can get any soldier to be like that, to get shot and keep going, right? To run 100 miles at 50 miles an hour, to jump over a 20-story building, Superman. That's what they want, something straight out of Captain America. Anyway, so that's what she, and then I tell her when then she starts, like, grilling me, but asking me really pointed questions about what I did with the Thule Society, because it's a theosophical society with technology, right? And what stories I had about Nikola Tesla, and did I have any of his books? And by the way, I basically had everything he ever wrote, through my mentor, my grandpa Stoll. So anyway, so we are intimate and cozy and cute and keep getting buzzed and telling stories. And then she goes, I want to take you. Um, First off, I want to go in town and they have contra. Do you know how to contra dance? I said, yeah, I think I do. It's kind of like square dancing, but not. And she laughs. She goes, yes. She says, I really love that. And also swing. Do you do swing? I said, yeah, I know, I appreciate it. I like the music. And and I tell her my story, that I'm once, when I was at Hofstra, I studied dance with Carl Orff, who was one of the greatest choreographers of Broadway. And so anyway, he brought out of me. He didn't teach me, but he showed me that I could dance, that I had rhythm, that I wasn't a klutz and I wasn't a block of wood, that I could really move my body, and that helped a lot in a lot of things. And so I said, yeah, I can follow it. I'm a good follower. And she goes, everything comes out of your mouth, which isn't much. I just love you. Everything. I love you more now. I said, love. And she, yeah, I'm starting to love you. You're. I haven't met a guy my age like you. I said, So I said, so all the guys you really are like, of course, they're like 20 years older than me. Like, why I got this job, my boss. Kind of when we were at Stanford, but now we're like buds and colleagues and I'm not that young nubile thing that he loved to sculpt. I've turned into myself, and he, so now I'm a colleague. He'll like you, and he'll like that we are like sweet on each other. I said, well, okay, I'm up for that. So next, so we get to take a nice shower. I put my preppy, and she goes, you got any other clothes than that? I said, not really. I kind of wash it every other day. So I have another pair of khaki pants and another pair. And she goes, but you don't wear clothes like this. This ain't you. I said, but I am, she goes, yes, you are hiding from something. And this girl she was totally, she didn't say, oh, I'm psychic, I'm this, I'm that. But she was all of that and she was a scientist, but she was it, right? So she was a Celtic Jew, not too many of those, right? And she, her father was a rabbi who his whole freaking speciality was the Kabbalah, right? And everything else and Kabbalah is not just a Kabbalah, it's an interaction of all of these esoteric mystery schools. So, and she had been studying this stuff since she was born. It was like in her gene pool. And that's why she could, and I could read people, I said, well, let me read your palm. So she goes, I like what you do. You're really very theatrical. I said, yeah, that's me. And she goes, that's another part of your, that's how you kind of don't let people, that's how you protect yourself. You really, she goes, I saw, I noticed, why do you think I was, at your table? Leaning over like that, I knew, I read, I've been watching you, no one else sees you. You're invisible to everybody except all of the poor people, all the people who work here, all the black people, all the people who think are niggers, all the people who think are, they're less than human. You treat them more than human with great kindness and love and respect. And I say, why you do that? I mean, they would like, always hide you, and they're the people running this place, and they'll give you whatever you want, and your khaki pants and your herringbone jacket and your bow tie and your glasses, that's all scenery, costume, and no one notices you, period. But I noticed you. I've been watching you for the last 2 weeks, and that's why I followed you into this library, and then I got my boss to give me my little card to get in here, and that's why I watched you. My cow was way over there, and it's like in a dark corner, and you didn't quite notice me because you're always quite focused on your work. You only come here to work, not to like sleep or be lazy, or you really are a scholar, right? And that's what I'm looking for in a comrade and a buddy and a lover and everything else. And you're also someone who would always have my back. Right? So, and this is like the first day. You know? So we go have dinner in town, and then we go square dancing, and then we go to swing dancing, and I could swing around, but I couldn't throw her over my head. I said, we're going to have to go to gym class for me to learn that one. But I can swing you around, but I can't do that. We can do that back at your house, with the bed right underneath us, but not with a basketball court there. So anyway, so we went that, and I went back to her place, and because her place was so much nicer than my friends, because the fraternity, it was always loud. Music was always, people were always screaming and yelling and drinking, and I was sleeping on a couch. People would be jumping on me, watching television, sitting on top of me. So her house was so much nicer. She had a big, beautiful bed and a beautiful bathroom, and a nice kitchen, and a nice table, nice sitting room with really comfy lounge chairs to read in, and nice lamps. And I mean, it was the best, right? And we could smoke there all we wanted and do whatever the heck we wanted. She had a little, her laboratory. She had a laboratory, right? And she was more an alchemist. She had an alchemist's laboratory, meaning herbs, and she was making potions and things of that nature. And I mean, that's, the absinthe that we drank, came from her. And that's why it's so good, It wasn't like that crap I drank in Paris. Anyway, so that first, 12 hours was like we both just opened up our hearts and souls to each other to a point where we were both, and we were twin flames within 12 hours, right? And we had like amazing sex for 6 of those 12 hours, and just unbelievable. We'd have great sex, and then have an hour or two of amazing conversation, then more great sex, and then another hour of great conversation. Then we kind of sleep in each other's arms, take a shower, more great sex, a little more absence, talk, sleep, shower. Then it was sun. Then I made her breakfast, and she goes, "Oh, and you can cook too." Ooh. And so we went on. And she goes, "Okay, you don't have a class or anything, do you?" I said, No. Today's one of my free days. And I said, "I really have class once a week. It's a lecture class. It lasts 3 hours, and I go see him twice a week at his office, right?" So, okay, can I come? I said, "Sure." He'd love you. So, and she goes, "Well, I'm taking you to my boss." So take her to the boss, and man, this was straight up. And like I said, my dad was a colonel in the Air Force. I saw a lot of special access program people, and this guy was to it to the, it's like straight out of Hail Hydra, right? And he had a ton of Nazis working there, and they had, a laboratory in the physics department that was run by the energy department, but it was still a corporation, right? And so they had their own security, and they had cameras everywhere and sensors everywhere. And I used to put that kind of stuff in banks and other high secure places in New York. So I knew what to look at. I mean, I could spot a pinhole camera a mile away. So she introduced me to her boss and said, "This is a very," and this guy was just like, he could twig me like this, right? And basically he said, "If you were with her, then you should be working for me." That's what he said. And I said, "Well, that sounds good. What are you going to pay me?" He goes, "Well, it depends on what you're going to do, And so tell me your pedigree." I told him about the, I knew what he would be interested in: Theosophical Society, the Thule Society, the U.S. Cyclotronic Society, the the little study group at the CFR, the little study group at the UN, the little study group at Cooper Union, right? And the Blue Door. And I told him about Madame Olga Kluver, and she goes, "Oh, you know, oh, he knew Olga, you know." I said, he goes, "What do you think of her shop?" And I kind of described it and my experiences there. So he said, "Did you ever get behind the mirror?" I said, "Yep, I walked right through it." And he kind of looked at my friend, and she goes, "Yep, he's one of us." And he goes, "Okay, so she has told you pretty much." I said, "No, she hasn't. No, no, no. You wouldn't be here, and you wouldn't have said the things you said to me unless she told you. And I trust her with my life. So, you know, not only, you know, she spotted you a mile away while you were invisible to everybody else, and she told him about me, and he said, 'Go get him and bring him here.' But he wasn't telling me that until later. But he said, 'Yeah, no, you're not getting her in trouble if you tell anything, you know, that you know from her, because she wouldn't have told you unless I wanted you to tell her.' And he did say that. So I then described the things I had worked on. And I said, you know, so high voltage electricity and the interface with the human body, right? Number one. Number two, the exploration of the senses of the 5 and 6 above. He goes, you know about 6 above? Of course, you know, everything above, you know, that everything above 5 is the things that we don't use. Everything that is the 5 is the crass mud puppet. And he goes, okay. So what? So he goes, so you were at the Blue Door. So those guys were working with stuff like that. A number of, you know, the Blue Door has other Blue Doors around the world, and 9 of them basically. And they are the version of the material version of the 9 doors that are in, you know, the Akashic records. So anyway, so we did that, and then I said, you know what I think we should do? Do you have a room here where you it's really quiet? He goes, well, we're trying to develop that. I said, so you must know about anacona forms and acoustic shapes. And he goes, yeah, but we don't really have anybody who has any. We have people who understand it, who have read books about it, you know, and translated things from the Vedic, but we don't have anyone on staff that actually has any experience with it physically. I said, well, now you do. I said, there's one thing you can pay me for. Okay. He goes, okay. I said, we're going to make a list of the things you can pay me for. And he goes, that's what I like. The guy who knows his value. I said, yep. So next thing, that's one thing on a list I'm going to do for you. I'm going to make a room that's anacona, you know, solid. And it will also have a harmonic amplifier, which is basically scalar waves, which is basically all of Wilhelm Reich's work. Guys, you need to read Wilhelm, you know, Mystery of the Orgone, right? And Gurdjieff and Ouspensky also were deeply into this, which is kind of where Wilhelm Reich, you know, he started with them, studied with them, and then took it like Tesla. Tesla did electricity, EMF, and every other spectral energy form. And Wilhelm Reich did harmonic, more than harmonic. Harmonic is like the 5 and below, right? He went the 6 and above. The orgone energy, right? The energy of the orgasm, basically. So, you know, I described that to him and how to make devices that can amplify it, that can measure it, that can manifest it, you know, by, you know, little teeny bit, like, so you can scientifically dial things in, right? And then I said, then we have to make a room that's also anechoic and acoustic, but has a Faraday cage around it, right? Then we have to build a a box that's like a big bathtub and it kind of cuts out all of your 5 and below senses. So it nulls it out. So that way you can experience the 6 and above. And that is called, oh, the word of it is escaping me. Let's see what you guys are talking about. Let's see. Eddie, good evening, Bob. Want to know? Let's see. Al, Yale, y'all. Mr. Jigsaw, JC, gotta go. And then Replica Art. What book is that? I'm super into etymology and anagrams. Yep. Again, so if you're into anagrams and etymology, you understand that it where all of this paranormal stuff meets up with that, etymology and anagrams is logos, the power of the word. And that's what Mr. Herbert, who wrote Dune, was talking about. When those guys would yell and things would blow up, right? Had those little amplifier things. That's what he was talking about. The power of etymology and anagrams and logos. So, Mr. Art, have you, what do you know about logos? So anyway, and what is the name of that bathtub that nulls you out? I can't believe that. I used to build them. It'll pop into my head. But anyway, so he said, that's great, And I said, so here at Duke, they got every kind of shop to build every kind of everything, right? So do you have access? Oh, access to everything, right? So I said, what? He goes, so what do you need to build all this stuff? So I said, well, I'm going to need a space to fabricate in, and I need good carpenters, good joiners, good masons, good metalwork fabricators, good electricians, and good electronic folk, and digital and analog folk. Right? I need those 8 things. It's not a problem. And he said, so what are you going to charge me? And I said, well, I wish I could. So a tank. What is it's a sensory deprivation tank. I said, I will build you as many of those as you want. You pay for all the labor of those guys and all of the materials, and you, for each tank, pay me $5,000 in Benjamins. He goes, not a problem. And how about that anaconda room? And what devices do we need in it to utilize it to its best? I said, well, they got a theater department right around, not in this neighborhood, but by where she lives. Is there any building or room that it's like storeroom? It's something of that nature that's far enough away from anything, like another building or another, but a good 200-300 feet in any direction away from anything, and that they won't mow the lawn and they won't make any noise right near it. And he goes, I'm pretty sure we could find a building like that, because Duke had, because like I said, they were a pretty big research place in Second World War, First World War. They had a lot of, there was a lot of Manhattan Project stuff going on there. And Manhattan Project was just like a logo, like Kleenex. It just didn't mean the atomic bomb. It meant anything that was a special access program, right? So, I said, yep, that's what I want. And I kind of also want a little more space. I'm invisible, yes, and now you guys know me. But, and I said, for total, disclosure here, because I'm sure you're going to want me to say that I'll never talk about this shit. He said, oh, well, we basically yes, you'll have to sign one of those. But we kind of, you probably know, since you have figured out we're making these super soldiers and this is going to be lots of killing, that if you really, go outside the circle here, trust, you probably end up dead. He said that like within 2 hours of us having this conversation. I said, yeah, I kind of, I wouldn't be here if I didn't realize that. And yeah, and I realize also that you're letting me in because you appreciate what I can do, and you're not going to kill me because, I don't say anything unless I got something to say, and I don't tell, anybody anything. And he goes, yeah, that's why you're here, and we already know who you are, and we already know that you're hiding from your draft board, and we already know your dad's a colonel. We already know he's in the airport. We already know that you saw an atomic explosion at 6 years old. We already know. So yeah, they knew who I was, and that's why they were totally open for me to play with all their toys and have access. And access to understanding things that most people have no understanding of. And they also knew that at this point in time of my life, I would tell you this story because you guys out there in the whole worldwide fucking web needs to hear the story, because don't believe a word I say. This is just a story and I'm just entertaining you. So the bottom line was they're making these human beings, and they were enhancing their abilities. But by doing that to the individual, they had to get rid of their soul, not their spirit, but their soul. That server, and this is where I really, scientifically observed the whole connection between meditation and your Akashic record and your imaginary, all that stuff that when I lead you through a guided meditation, where do you think I learned? I mean, I learned how to do that in a shamanic sense, from shaman, like Madame Olga Kluver, right, from Billy Kluver, from a number of other folks, from Grandfather David in New Mexico and Grandfather David in upstate New York, and my grandmother and a few other folk. And but these guys, they were in there was the light and the dark force, in the Star Wars trilogy, right? And the guys who were, what Obi-Wan Kenobi was, their students were Padawan, right? And the Emperor, his students were Siths. These guys at Duke were leaning a bit more towards the Sith side, right? And I was firmly, and this girl and I were both firmly in the Padawan side, right? And for balance to be, you have to have both, right? So the guy who was running this program, which I never really got his real name, and I never wanted to know his real name, I just called him Boss, right? He liked that. And the Nazis, I called them, I had pet names, and I really didn't have much. There's two of them that I had something to do with, because acoustics was their thing, and Reichian and Rudolf Steiner and the Thule Society was that guy. He was part of that in the 1920s. And this guy, this is 1970, so he was probably 80 years old, maybe 90, depending on how old he was in the 20s, because he was probably born in the 1800s, something like the 1889, if I was to guess, right? So, but he didn't look any older than 40. And so he had been part of very interesting programs in Nazi Germany the SS had a number of special access programs that had more, oomph, more power, more dynamics than um, the SS had, right? And you know, Stan Lee in Captain America knew all of this, and that's what Hail Hydra was. And exactly everything that happened in Captain America in the comic books and in the movies, very good in the movies of 1, 2, and 3, that's exactly what's going on here, right? And that's exactly who those guys were, Hail Hydra, right? But there are people who are really orthodox, like in every religion, there's people who will, unquestionably go for it. But there are other people who are higher up on the organizational food chain that have a latitude to realize what that it's, not every, don't believe a word I say. So anyway, that was these guys. And that was my first real, all of the other things I did was with individuals who were part of things like what I was at Duke at, and other groups that, like, the Marinols, and other groups like them that were way part of the light, way, Jedi Knights, and not the Sith, right? But they understood it, and they had actual, the Jesuits were the Sith, so that's the kind of, you're looking for this balance. And the guy, once I started working there, he really appreciated the fact that I judged no one. Meaning the Nazi guys, they all had really good sides to them. I played to their good side. I drew out the better part of them and made them better at what they were doing. And they understood that, and shamanically and energetically and all of the rest, they understood that. I mean, this one guy who was, the head of psychology there, that he was a shamanic, psychosocial, cultural, forensic, anthropologic alchemist, and he had degrees to prove it from all over the place, in Germany and Oxford and you name it. He had degrees like you couldn't believe. Anyway, so I worked with these guys for about 6 months, and it was like that 6 months was so intense. It felt like 6 years, and we did a lot of amazing stuff in that period of time. And I made a lot of little gizmos for them. I was their gizmo guy, and that's what they called me, the gizmo guy. And and they all had theories about this, that, and the other thing, but they were not that great at making technology or apparatus, right? But this girl and I, when we would make intimacy, we would be intimate about everything, not just our body parts. And in that whole, and we would use Vedic techniques to go in that and design technology. And she had a technology mind, but she was really this, super psychic shaman. She was a crone, a Jewish crone, Hebrew crone. And I met her, I met the crone when I was 19, right? And so I wanted to take her to meet the crone. But when I took her shamanically, meaning we didn't get in an airplane and fly to Ireland. Because we were experimenting with teleporting ourselves and working on remote viewing and all of these things, right? Because they were already doing it seriously. The Germans were doing it. The Japanese had done it. Both those guys were doing it during the Second World War. There was parts of OSS which were very, very occult. And I mean, they went and took, when Hitler had the Spear of Destiny in his possession, he was unstoppable. But, and that's why he went into Russia, because he was unstoppable. He took, Europe in half of a summer, and he took, he could have taken England anytime he wanted, but that wasn't part of the plan. And part of the plan was, bottom line, was Second World War was to manipulate the whole world into a new world order that would seemingly not be nationally bound, but it would be spiritually bound to the national order of National Socialism, the Nazis / Hail Hydra, or whatever. I call it the hidden hand myself, but whatever they call it, right? And so their idea was to have a Second World War and stress everything out, break every norm there was, destroy whatever continuity that any nation state had, and then just stop it, step back. Germany would, be bombed into the Stone Age. Russia would be thrown sideways and never to become what it was destined to be, thus breaking super karmic law. And America was always the bitch, always the whore of Babylon. America's always been the whore of Babylon. Since the day Christopher Columbus came, we were the whore of Babylon. So, and England is the reptile banker, right? And the Vatican, I don't want to say what it is, not here on the World Wide Web. So everything I'm saying is don't believe a word I say. And this is just for your fun and giggles and entertainment's sake, right? And let's see what you guys are saying, what Mr. Art has said here. Super into entomology. Let's see. Anagrams. Your story reminds me of the series Stranger Things. Yep, a little bit of that. And because, I'm here at my friend's house and they have the internet, ergo I'm talking to you. And I'm addicted. If I'm addicted to anything, I'm addicted to two things: knowing, three things. Serving loves co-creation. My first number one addiction. Number two, knowing what's going on. Number three, television. Because at an early age, my parents, when I was brought back to my parents at 6, I just kept blowing things up and causing, tornadoes with electricity in the middle of the living room at 6, stuff like that. I have a lot of stories of that, but we won't digress into that tonight because we're moving forward on what I wanted to talk to 5 hours ago. So presently, when you look at the platforms like Hulu and Amazon and Netflix, they are the new what the King James Bible was, what Moby Dick was, what Dickens was, what movies were. It's the new platform that's bringing forth a whole new way of looking at things of the old school and mixing it with the new school. So there are all these shows that are on there that are. I just binge watched. There's Dystopia and Utopia, right? That show was with Mr. Bunny and all of that, and it was, the idea probably showed up in someone's head in 2017. They probably put together the proposal by 2018. They probably got the green light end of 18, early 19, and started going into production. And the first series came out in 2020, just as 19 was showing up. And that whole show is about exactly what's going on. And I don't think they made the next series. And I guess that's coming out soon. But they alluded to what's kind of going on now and in the near future, right? And so there are a whole bunch of, the Rim, and I mean, there's a whole bunch of things that are like bringing an image of consciousness that the average public is in them, but they're not aware of it. Like right now, pretty much everyone has a sense that something's going wrong, right? And pretty much everyone, this sense of everything's going wrong, something's really wrong, I can't believe in this thing that I've been believing in, that actually kind of started in a super big way with the death of Jack Kennedy. When Kennedy got shot, everyone knew that wasn't Oswald. Even if he pulled the trigger, even if the bullet that went into his head, it wasn't Oswald. It was this bigger picture, and it wasn't some, conspiracy. Conspiracy. Look it up in the dictionary. Mr. Art, you're Mr. Words. Conspiracy, right? When more than two people come together to bring forth something kind of in secret. But Mr. Etymology, tell me the deeper logo of the word conspiracy. Come on, I want you to shine here, right? So I'll wait for that. Anybody else wants to jump in? Go for it. And that's what I kind of want you guys to do. I mean, you kind of are doing that, but I need the cadre to step up as I'm going. Here I'm doing the Herculean thing. This is going to be who knows 12-hour story. Let's see what time it is. I do want to go to bed. I have to get up earlier in the morning. What time is it now? Come on, tell me. Ooh, almost 1 o'clock. So, okay, 5:24. About another half hour, right? So that's So I'd love to hear from you guys. Next time I go on, I'm going to try and go on at least once a day. And I'm going to try and be a little more connective tissue. So tomorrow's is going to be, especially at night, may not during the day, but at night, I'm going to continue with this, right? I'm going to pick up from Duke, right? And because it kind of picks up from there. And so everyone knows that something's really wrong, and right? And so with Jack Kennedy's assassin, then Vietnam, Martin Luther King, Robert Kennedy, and then the hundreds of other people who have been thousands, millions who've been assassinated, all the never-ending wars, the fall of the Towers of Babylon on 9/11, everything it's just picking up speed. And then at the year 2000, when the world, the computer's going to die, well, they did. They were just, the clock was manipulated. So I didn't, the World Wide Web didn't go away, but it's going to go away. It's going to go away soon. And another thing is going to come in its place. So what we're experiencing now is the last, the end of the Mayan calendar, 2012. Well, that was the end of the Piscean age. And the Aquarian age had been coming in since around 1870, right? And there was a Venn diagram between 1870 and 2012. And that was the period when, the Piscean age was ending and the Aquarian age was beginning. And right now, the inertia of the Piscean age was so intense because it was getting what you want or believe you want through violence. Aquarian is to understand what you need through love's co-creation, through love, right? So, love's co-creation is the only thing that exists now. Piscean age, no more, and that was an illusion to begin with. Let's see. My chart, it looks like my little wire for my, this thing fell out. I have to plug this in. Where did it go? Come on. Before I just end. I don't want to end that way. But it is telling me that I need to end the story here. So, I want you all to go to bed, watch the last hour and a half of this, from the time I went to Duke. All the other stuff was entertaining. It was to prepare you for the Duke story and then what comes after it. So, this is, we're going to call this, I don't even know what I called this, but this is going to be, you know what I'm going to call this series? Strange things. Yep. Strange. No. X-rated things. Xratted things. Right? So that's series. And this is number 1 of XRATTED things series. The series of X-rated things. Number 1. Okay? So I'm going to leave you right there on the cliff, right? And we'll take it from there tomorrow night, okay? Because I got to go to bed. I'm 5.5 hours. Right on. Yeah. So remember, nothing is as it seems to be. Don't believe a word I say. I'm just your storyteller here for entertainment's sake. Hope you had a good time. How about some more thumbs up? How about tell people, hey, this guy, he's been doing this for 3 years and it's been fun and interesting, but I think he's going to get into some deep shit now. And it won't be on anybody's algorithm. So, I read some stuff from my novel Ear Hair. And again, it's written like my buddy who wrote Wisdom of the Overself, meaning it's in many different codes. And I think that might have upset a few people. So they that program didn't make it to my library. Certain things haven't made it and then mysteriously popped up, a week or two or a month later. I have no idea. I'm like the caveman of the internet. I have no idea about this technology. I am just a caveman of the internet. Okay? So we're getting close to 6 hours, right? And so when it hits 6 hours and 6 seconds, I'm going to sign off for the night, right? But go back and watch the last hour and a half, 2 hours, So, and if you want to send me some money at PayPal, it's the dudeawake42@gmail. Dudeawake42@gmail. And if you want to talk to me personally, dudeawake42@gmail, right? Okay. I could use at the end of the month, the beginning of the month is when I really could use anyone's spare change from the couch. Okay. Love you. Stay well. There it is.